Chapter 1357. The Sword-Heart Mystic Realm was too dangerous. Moreover, they had been here for a long time and had gained a lot. Especially Jian Wuhong, who had just obtained the inheritance of the Azure Lightning Emperor and needed to consolidate it. Therefore, the two of them walked side by side and prepared to return. However, something unexpected happened. On the way back, the two of them were attacked. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. Following that, Fang Chen discovered that a black-robed cultivator had appeared not far in front of him. Yes, someone else entered the Sword-Heart Mystic Realm. Fang Chen was shocked and turned to look at Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong's eyes were also a little confused. The Sword-Heart Mystic Realm belonged to the Sword Dao faction. In the entire Sword Dao faction, only two people were qualified to enter to find opportunities. One of them was Jian Wuhong. As for the other person, she was a bit redder than Jian Wuhong. However, this black-robed cultivator was clearly not from the Sword Dao faction. "Who are you?" Jian Wuhong asked coldly. She could feel that the black-robed cultivator was filled with killing intent. "The person who will kill you." As soon as the black-robed cultivator finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Whoosh! A palm-sized ball appeared in the black-robed cultivator's palm. With a flick of his wrist, he suddenly threw it out. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly and pulled Jian Wuhong away. Dong! The ball smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the Chaos Origin killing array was instantly set up. Buzz! The black-robed cultivator was also surprised that he was temporarily trapped by the Chaos Origin killing array. "You want to trap me with a mere array?" The black-robed cultivator sneered and began to attack the array. Fang Chen ignored the black-robed cultivator and continued to set up the Chaos Origin sword array. After the sword array was set up, a biting cold sword chi instantly spread out. 10 mutated swords crazily shuttled through the sword array and launched their strongest attacks at the black-robed cultivator. "Let's go!" Fang Chen shouted as he activated the true meaning of space-time. He quickly brought Jian Wuhong away from this place. Hoo in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong disappeared. At the same time, the black-robed warrior's attack shattered the sword array. Cracks appeared on the 10 mutated swords. From this, it could be seen how powerful the black-robed cultivator was. After cracking the sword array, the black-robed cultivator quickly cracked the primordial chaos killing array. He looked up with a gloomy expression. Damn it! The black-robed martial artist cursed and immediately chased after him. Fang Chen, who executed the true meaning of time and space, was incomparably fast. Even a creation realm powerhouse could not catch up to him. The black-robed martial artist's pursuit was fruitless, so he cursed loudly. "I don't believe that you can escape from the palm of my hand," the black-robed martial artist said sinisterly. At this moment, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong were still frantically running away. After fleeing for 2 hours, the two of them finally stopped. Standing on a mountain peak, Fang Chen was panting. After continuously using the true meaning of time and space while carrying another person, he was a bit tired. "Who is it that wants to kill us?" Fang Chen was puzzled. Jian Wuhong's expression changed and her eyes twinkled. "I also don't know. Without the leader's permission, no one can enter the Sword-Heart secret realm. Unless what?" Fang Chen hastily asked. "Unless Elder he intentionally let us in." Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed and became gloomy. He took a deep breath and said, "You suspect that the black-robed cultivator is colluding with Elder He?" Jian Wuhong did not reply, but her expression said it all. "What is Elder His intention?" Fang Chen did not understand. "I also don't know," said Jian Wuhong. "The black-robed cultivator is too strong. Even the two of us together are not his match." "What should we do now?" asked Fang Chen. If the black-robed cultivator caught up to them, they would definitely die. Before, the black-robed cultivator had been careless. That was why the sword array and the origin killing array were effective. Now that the black-robed cultivator knew what they were up to, the next time they met, he would definitely kill them. The Sword-Heart secret realm is very big. As long as we are careful, the black-robed cultivator will not be able to find us, said Jian Wuhong. Hearing this, Fang Chen was relieved. After a short discussion, the two decided to leave the Sword Heart secret realm. Although they did not know what the black-robed cultivator's intentions were, staying in the Sword Heart secret realm would only get more dangerous. As long as they left, the danger would be completely gone. Outside, Old East Alliance. On this day, under the pressure of the Yuan clan, the Old Hua Islands finally compromised. The Yuan clan did not let any of the secret realms within the Old Hua Islands go. Today, several young Yuan clan members came to the Sword Heart Mountains to prepare to enter the Sword Heart secret realm. Elder He, you must have heard the news. These are the Yuan clan members. Please let them pass, said an elder of the Sword Dao sect with a smile. Elder He cast a meaningful glance at the Yuan clan clansman behind this elder, then opened his Sword Heart secret realm. Everyone, the Sword Heart secret realm is open. Please go in quickly, said the elder. Hearing this, the young Yuan clan members entered the Sword Heart secret realm. Elder He, I'll go back first. As soon as the elder left, a black figure appeared behind him. The Yuan clan members entered the secret realm. Will they ruin our plan? Asked Elder He. The black figure thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. After the Yuan clan members entered the Sword Heart secret realm, they began to search everywhere. They did not miss a single corner. At the same time, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong split up and went to the exit. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, Fang Chen met with a Yuan clan disciple. Kid, stop right there. This Yuan clan disciple was called Yuan He. His cultivation had reached Heaven Star Border Stage 9. In the Yuan clan, his talent was average. He was considered a lower-middle disciple. That was why he was sent here as a coolie. However, although his status in the Yuan clan was not high, in front of outsiders, just the name of the Yuan clan was enough to scare them to death. After seeing Fang Chen, Yuan He did not hesitate to scold him. Yes. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he heard that. Other than the black-robed cultivator, there were others who entered the Sword Heart secret realm. Things were getting more and more confusing. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and Yuan He walked to his side. Kid, who are you? Asked Yuan He. His tone was full of disdain. Fang Chen frowned and said, disciple of the Sword Dao sect of the Old East Alliance. Who are you? Asked Fang Chen. Disciple of the Yuan clan, Yuan He said proudly. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The Yuan clan, one of the 3 god clans? Seeing Fang Chen's shocked expression, Yuan He sneered. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Hearing the name of the Yuan clan, he was scared out of his wits. Kid, the Yuan clan is looking for a treasure. Take out your interspatial ring and let me check it. Yuan He laughed eerily. Fang Chen frowned and was a little unhappy. This Yuan He kept using the Yuan clan to scare him, and now he wanted to check his interspatial ring. Who knew if he was with the black-robed cultivator? Sorry, I can't do it. Fang Chen rejected Yuan He. Yes, you rejected me. Yuan He widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Do you know that your actions will bring you disaster that you can't bear? The interspatial ring is my personal item. I can't hand it over. Fang Chen's attitude was firm. In that case, I'll kill you and take your interspatial ring. After that, Yuan He made his move. However, Fang Chen made his move before him. Kid, you dare attack me? Yuan He roared furiously. Crash. Before Yuan He made his move, Fang Chen was already prepared. In an instant, he set up the primordial killing array. Yuan He was trapped in the primordial killing array. What kind of array is this? Yuan He sensed the power of the primordial killing array, and his expression changed. He immediately used a powerful attack, wanting to break the primordial killing array. Boom! Yuan He's attack was very strong, at least stronger than Jian Wuhong's. Fang Chen didn't fight him head-on. After the primordial killing array trapped him, he used the space-time true meaning to escape. Crack! Yuan He's attack was very strong. He directly tore a corner of the primordial killing array and escaped. Want to leave? Seeing Fang Chen fleeing, Yuan he flew into a rage. With a push of his feet, he gave chase. Who? Yuan his speed was very fast, but compared to Fang Chen's spacetime true meaning, he was still a bit slower. Boss, what do we do now? Asked the little mouse. Go to the Azure Lightning Emperor's Inheritance Valley. Fang Chen had already thought of a way to deal with Yuan he. Soon, Fang Chen arrived in front of the valley and plunged into it. Crash! The primordial killing array was set up, and 10 mutated swords merged into it. The sudden appearance of the primordial killing array trapped many mutated abyssal sword demons. These abyssal sword demons roared furiously. But they couldn't see Fang Chen's figure. It was also at this time that Yuan he caught up. Whoosh! Yuan his speed was very fast. He didn't think too much and directly rushed into the valley. As soon as he entered, he felt that something was wrong. He found that he had fallen into a formation. Before he could react, 10 mutated swords with powerful auras whizzed toward him. At the same time, a huge number of mutated abyssal sword demons crazily attacked Yuan he. Damn it! Yuan he cursed, his heart burning with anger. In the void, Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. The people of the Yuan race wanted to kill him. Boss, let me add some fuel to the fire. Little Mouse stood in the air and used its innate ability, Devour. Yuan he was about to counterattack when he suddenly felt his body stop. Immediately, he felt a terrifying attractive force. Scram! Yuan he roared and punched. In an instant, Yuan he was drowned by the mutated abyssal sword demons. Chapter 1358. In the Sword Heart Mystic Realm, on a wasteland. Yuan Mo and the others were searching everywhere. All of a sudden, a miserable cry was heard. This was a mystic technique belonging to the Yuan clan. As long as they were within a certain distance, they could sense the presence of their clansmen. Moreover, this miserable cry contained Yuan his distress signal. Oh no, Yuan he is in danger. Yuan Mo's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed, and he left with the others. At the same time, on the other side of the Sword Heart Mystic Realm, the black-robed warrior also discovered the abnormality in the valley. His expression changed, and his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the sky. In the valley, Fang Chen looked coldly at Yuan he who was besieged by many mutated abyss sword demons in the sword formation below. At this moment, Yuan he was no longer as brave as before. He was severely injured, but even so, his vitality was still very tenacious. Yuan he roared as he fought desperately. If he was in his peak state, he might be able to escape. But now, he could only hope that Yuan Mo and the others could arrive in time. Damn human, if I get out, I will exterminate your 9 generations, Yuan he roared angrily. The little mouse used its special ability from time to time to create trouble for Yuan he. This kid is really an unkillable cockroach. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Was this the advantage of the God Clan? An ordinary God Clan disciple had such tenacious vitality. However, just as Fang Chen was sighing, he suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation in the distance. Oh no! Fang Chen shouted in his heart. His figure flashed, and he activated the spacetime true meaning. He disappeared into the void and escaped directly. Not long after Fang Chen left, the black-robed warrior appeared first. Yes, sword formation. The black-robed warrior discovered the sword formation, and his face immediately became gloomy. He looked around and did not find Fang Chen. Instead, he saw Yuan he who was besieged in the sword formation. Save me. Yuan he also discovered the black-robed warrior and shouted loudly. The black-robed warrior's eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not want anyone to know that he was in the Sword Heart Mystic Realm. Therefore, the person in front of him must be killed. Boom! The black-robed warrior attacked. He clenched his fist and punched out. Suddenly, a flaming fist appeared in the sky. This flaming fist radiance contained an extremely hot aura. It streaked across the void, passed through the sword formation, and bombarded Yuan his body. No! Yuan he roared, but it was to no avail. This fist radiance was too powerful, and he couldn't block it at all. Bang! Yuan his body exploded as his primordial spirit tried to escape. Kuala the black-robed cultivator waved his hand and reached into the air, directly restraining Yuan, his primordial spirit. His vitality is quite tenacious. The black-robed cultivator sneered as he watched Yuan he struggle. If you kill me, you'll die too. Yuan he roared furiously. However, the black-robed cultivator did not care at all. He exerted a little force in his palm and Yuan, his primordial spirit, gradually dissipated. Yuan he struggled with all his might. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would perish in the sword heart mystic realm. I can't accept this. Yuan he roared. At the same time, on the wasteland not far away, Yuan Mo and the others were running madly. The closer they got, the weaker Yuan his aura became. Suddenly, they heard Yuan his loud roar. Yuan Mo's speed soared again. When he arrived in front of the valley, he just happened to see the black-robed cultivator restraining Yuan his primordial spirit, preparing to kill him completely. Stop! Yuan Mo shouted loudly. Hearing this, the black-robed cultivator was slightly stunned. Apart from himself, there were so many people who had entered the sword heart mystic realm. No matter who you are, you'd better let Yuan he go. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire family, Yuan Mo said coldly. Hoo. The others also arrived. Their expressions were dark as they stared at the black-robed cultivator. If I want to kill him, you can't stop me. The black-robed cultivator was very confident. The people before him were all 9th level heavenly body tier cultivators. Although he had just entered the creation tier, it was more than enough to deal with them. You dare to kill a member of the Yuan race? Do you want to die? Yuan Mo roared. Yuan race? The black-robed cultivator had obviously heard of the Yuan race before. His expression changed. You're from the Yuan race? The black-robed cultivator asked. Seeing the black-robed cultivator's expression, Yuan Mo sneered. Of course. The black-robed cultivator's eyes flashed. He thought for a long time. In the end, he made a decision. No matter what, he couldn't expose himself. He might as well go all the way and kill all the members of the Yuan race. Boom! Dense killing intent exploded from the black-robed cultivator, suddenly enveloping Yuan Mo and the others. Kill! The black-robed cultivator crushed Yuan his soul and started a massacre. A creation tier cultivator starting a massacre was no small matter. Yuan Mo and the others were able to resist at first, but as time passed, the black-robed cultivator completely gained the upper hand. Poochie. The black-robed cultivator threw a punch, and a Yuan race disciple was instantly killed. Seeing this, Yuan Mo's eyes turned red. The Yuan race won't let you go. I only know that before that, all of you will die. The black-robed cultivator killed decisively. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Mo and the others were all killed. I didn't expect the Yuan race to come here. The black-robed cultivator felt that he had lost his composure. His expression changed, and his figure flashed, disappearing into the void. As for Fang Chen, after escaping the valley, he ran all the way, not caring about anything. He pushed the space-time true intent to the limit, and after 2 hours, he reached the exit of the Sword Heart Secret Realm. At the exit, Fang Chen saw Jian Wuhong. Whoosh! Seeing Fang Chen running over, Jian Wuhong asked, "How is it?" Fang Chen shook his head and urged, "Hurry up and go out." Jian Wuhong didn't say anything else. She took out a token and activated it. Instantly, a void door appeared in the Sword Heart Secret Realm, and the two of them went in. Buzz! The void door closed. Whoosh! When the black-robed cultivator arrived, the void door had already closed. Damn it! The black-robed cultivator immediately used a special secret technique to send a message to the outside world, informing them that the mission had failed. In the Sword Heart Mountain range. When Elder he learned that the mission had failed, he was very anxious. Once they come out, our plan will definitely be exposed. Elder he paced back and forth. Wait here. When they come out, kill them, the black figure said coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. Kuala. After a while, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong appeared out of thin air. Buzz. As soon as he appeared, Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He felt a strong killing intent. He pulled Jian Wuhong and without hesitation, He used the spacetime true intent and disappeared into the void. Bang! However, the opponent was too strong and couldn't block it at all. His body that was hidden in the void was directly blasted out. Let's end it here. The black figure attacked like lightning. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face darkened. He pushed Jen Wuhong aside and shouted, "Let's go." Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body, held the hidden star sword, and used the lightning sword art. Rumble. Fang Chen used his strongest attack, and Little Mouse also used 2 of its innate abilities. However, they were still no match for the black figure. The black figure stretched out his hand and directly suppressed Fang Chen. Bang! All the bones in Fang Chen's body were instantly shattered, and he was extremely weak. After Jen Wuhong was pushed away by Fang Chen, she ran all the way. He wanted to stop her, but he was stopped by Little Mouse with the Devour technique. In just a short while, Jen Wuhong had already disappeared. "Trash, chase her back," the black figure said coldly. He was terrified and chased after her. The black figure walked step by step towards Fang Chen, his face ferocious, and said coldly, "Boy, my plan has been planned for so many years, but it was ruined by you. I want you dead." The black figure raised his hand and slapped at Fang Chen. Little Mouse jumped in front of Fang Chen, trying to stop him, but it was useless. Dong! The powerful hand slammed down fiercely, and the ground sank a lot. However, when the black figure raised his hand, his expression changed drastically. "Where is he?" The pit was completely empty. The black figure jumped into the pit crazily, looking for Fang Chen. In the other direction, Jen Wuhong was running away. Not long after, she escaped the Sword Heart Mountains. As she fled, she sent a message to the Sword Sect's leader. Old Eastern Alliance, Sword Sect. The leader had just left the courtyard when his messenger Jade Pendant rang. Yes, Jen Wuhong sent it. She's come out of the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. However, when the helmsman finished listening to the message in the Jade Pendant, he suddenly became furious. She betrayed the old Eastern Alliance. The leader's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the horizon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. How fast was the helmsman's speed? In the blink of an eye, he was out of the city. "You have to hold on," the leader said anxiously. Jen Wuhong had already been stopped by Elder He. "Elder He, why did you betray the old Eastern Alliance?" Jen Wuhong asked. His expression changed, and he laughed bitterly. "There's no point in explaining it now." After saying those words, He made a move, and with a loud bang, Jen Wuhong's body was sent flying. He came to Jen Wuhong's side, ready to kill her. Scram! An angry roar came from the distant horizon. Immediately, a terrifying sword light cut through the sky, and shot towards Jen Wuhong. His face changed, and he tried to block with his fist. Bang! He and the Elder were forced to retreat. The Sword Sect's leader's angry attack was no small matter. "Elder He, how dare you betray the old Eastern Alliance?" The leader appeared, and without another word, attacked. He didn't have any room to fight back, and was killed by the leader. As he died, a relieved smile appeared on his face. "I'm finally free. Wuhong, are you all right?" The leader helped Jen Wuhong up, and asked worriedly. "I'm fine. Leader, please hurry and save Fang Chen." Jen Wuhong said anxiously. "Fang Chen is inside?" asked the helmsman anxiously. Jen Wuhong nodded. The leader's body emitted a vast sword intent, and he rushed towards the Sword Heart Mountains. At the same time, the black figure sensed the leader's aura. Chapter 1359. In the Sword Heart Mountains. An earth-shattering battle had broken out. Both sides were extraordinarily strong. Jen Wuhong, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but gasp when she sensed the terrifying energy coming from the Sword Heart Mountains. The sect leader was a fated realm cultivator. The Black Shadow was also a fated realm cultivator. The battle between the two realms' cultivators was destructive. The battle lasted for a total of 6 hours before it finally came to an end. More than half of the Sword Heart Mystic Realm had been destroyed and the Black Shadow had died a miserable death. As for the leader of the Sword Dao faction, he walked out of the Sword Heart mountain range in a sorry state. Whoosh! Jian Wuhong's expression changed when she saw this. Where's Fang Chen? Jian Wuhong asked anxiously. The sect leader's face was gloomy. He wasn't happy. He couldn't find Fang Chen. How is this possible? Jian Wuhong's face was pale as she cried out. Even if he was dead, there should be a corpse. But there was nothing. Maybe Fang Chen escaped. The sect leader comforted himself. Rumble. The ripples of energy attracted the attention of the Old East Alliance. Not long after, the Old East Alliance arrived. When they learned of the situation, they were all speechless. They hadn't expected the sect leader to betray them. When the elders of the Yuan race found out about this, they were extremely furious. He personally rushed to the Sword Heart Mountains. My Yuan clan's people are still in the Sword Heart secret realm, the Yuan clan elder said coldly. Then he entered the hidden mountains to investigate. Not long after, he walked out of the secret realm with a gloomy expression. Yuan He and the others had all been killed. Damn it. However, after the sect leader's investigation, Jian Wuhong didn't have any traces of Yuan He's aura. So she was eliminated. Elder, Yuan He and the others were probably killed by the bandits, Alliance leader Jiu Hua said. The Yuan clan leader flicked his sleeve and left. He was furious, but the Black Shadow was dead. He had nowhere to vent. After the Yuan elders left, Alliance leader Jiu Hua looked at the leader of the Sword Path sect and asked, "What happened?" "This person is an enemy of mine from many years ago. I didn't expect him to do such a cruel thing for the sake of revenge." The leader of the Sword Dao faction explained. Fang Chen disappeared. In everyone's opinion, it was impossible for him to escape from the Black Shadow with his strength. The only explanation was death. Now that the danger of the hidden realm had been resolved, the Old Eastern Alliance returned. This matter had temporarily come to an end, but Jian Wuhong was not happy. Fang Chen's figure kept replaying in her mind. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, she wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance of the Blue Thunder Emperor, let alone escape from Black Shadow. Fang Chen used his own life to buy time for himself to escape. Thinking of this, Jian Wuhong's face was filled with pain. A teardrop fell from her beautiful eyes. The people of the Yuan clan did not give up. They wanted to find the Yuan demon sword. But he had no clue. In a desolate place. Suddenly, ripples appeared in space. Then, Fang Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Phew, looking around, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped. At the critical moment, he activated the token of the star relic and was teleported inside, avoiding Black Shadow's fatal attack. The last time he entered the star relic, he was a mystic king. Now, after so many years, he entered again as a heavenly body tier elite. "Let's walk around," Fang Chen said softly. Before long, Fang Chen arrived at the source of soul power. The old man guarding the source of soul power was shocked when he saw Fang Chen. "Why are you here?" The old man stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Fang Chen chuckled and said, "I was chased and had no way to escape. I activated the token and came here to hide." Hearing this, the old man nodded. Then, he looked at Fang Chen's head. Instantly, the old man's face was filled with shock. "You've cultivated the 5 lightning tribulation technique to the 2nd level?" The old man was very shocked. It had only been a few years, and this boy had already cultivated the 5 lightning tribulation technique to the 2nd level. "Is it fast?" Fang Chen spread his hands. He felt that his cultivation speed was a little slow. "It's already very fast. Back then, my several senior brothers all took several years to reach the entry level." The more the old man looked at Fang Chen, the more shocked he was. This boy's growth speed was too fast, wasn't it? "Not bad, not bad. You've broken through the pinnacle level. Amazing," the old man praised. Fang Chen was really heaven-defying. "With your current strength, you should be able to enter the depths of the star relic," the old man said with a smile. "Senior, I want to go to the ice mountain first," Fang Chen said. In the ice layer below the ice mountain was the Blue Thunder Emperor's corpse. Fang Chen wanted to fulfill the Blue Thunder Emperor's wish and bring the corpse back to bury it. Hearing the words Ice Mountain, the old man's expression changed. "Boy, Even a creation realm martial artist will die if they enter the ice mountain. You'd better not go, the old man advised. What's in the ice mountain? Why is it so dangerous? Fang Chen was very surprised. What was in the ice mountain? The Blue Thunder Emperor, Ninth Firmament Wind Master, and Primordial Chaos Demon Master knew that they would die, but they resolutely entered. In the end, they died under the ice layer. And now, the old man was advising him that the ice mountain was very dangerous. I don't know what's in it, the old man said in a deep voice. I only know that if you enter the ice mountain, you'll definitely die. After chatting with the old man for a while, Fang Chen turned and left. The soul power source was of no help to his Yuan spirit. And the old man couldn't guide him in cultivating the 5 lightning tribulation technique, so he simply went to other places to look for opportunities. Anyway, he had already been here once, so he was relatively familiar with it. A few hours later, Fang Chen arrived in front of the ice mountain. Standing under the piles of bones, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He raised his head and looked at the top of the ice mountain. It was grey and hazy, and he couldn't see anything clearly. How terrifying. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Just one look was enough to make his Yuan spirit shatter. It seemed that there really was a peerless existence on the ice mountain. Fang Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He approached the ice mountain and came in front of the ice layer. Under the ice layer, a powerful aura surged, and the air was filled with extreme cold. 3 corpses that had existed since ancient times sat there quietly. Even if they died, their deaths had to be worth it. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Blue Thunder Emperor's body. How can I take the Blue Thunder Emperor's body out? Fang Chen was a little troubled. Boss, let me try. Little Mouse volunteered. I'll try my innate ability, Devour, and see if I can take the Blue Thunder Emperor's body out. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Purple light surged around Little Mouse's body as it used its innate ability, Devour. In an instant, a terrifying suction force spread out. Under Little Mouse's control, the suction force gradually seeped into the ice mountain. Poochie, as soon as the suction force entered the ice mountain, Little Mouse spat out blood. Don't force yourself if you can't do it, Fang Chen said worriedly. Roar. Little Mouse widened its eyes and roared into the sky. The purple mouse shadow behind it opened its mouth. The suction force increased again and instantly approached the Blue Thunder Emperor. However, just as it was about to envelop the Blue Thunder Emperor's body, an extremely vast aura that made Fang Chen tremble suddenly rushed towards him. Pu. Little Mouse's body was instantly sent flying and fell to the ground. It was severely injured. What's that? Fang Chen's heart trembled. That aura was something that even a manifestation realm elite did not possess. It was too powerful. He hurriedly ran to Little Mouse's side and checked it. He was shocked to find that all the bones in Little Mouse's body were shattered and it was on the verge of death. Fang Chen took out a large amount of healing pills and fed them to Little Mouse. Boss, I'm fine. I won't die. Little Mouse knew its injuries best. Although it was severely injured, its life was not in danger. Little Mouse was in so much pain that its teeth were about to crack, but it was still holding on. Die. Son of a B****, what's in this ice mountain? That aura is too strong, Little Mouse cursed. Fang Chen picked up Little Mouse and looked at the ice mountain with fear. He then turned around and left. Let's find a quiet place to heal you, Fang Chen said. After Fang Chen left, the ice mountain still stood there. However, at the peak of the ice mountain, there was a huge blood-red eye vaguely visible in the grey aura. The blood-red eye flickered and then disappeared into the grey aura. Chapter 1360. The Little Mouse's injuries were too severe, and it needed to find a safe place to cultivate. Fang Chen thought of Tai Jia. The last time he came to the Star Ruins was still vivid in his mind. They went around the ice mountain and traveled 10,000 miles. They arrived at the spirit river that Tai Jia was guarding. Fang Chen's arrival surprised Tai Jia. Brother Fang Chen, why have you come? Tai Jia was sitting leisurely in the air above the spirit river, resting with his eyes closed. Feeling someone approaching, he opened his eyes and saw that it was Fang Chen. He was overjoyed. I was being hunted down, So I activated the token, Fang Chen explained simply. Tai Jiao nodded. Then, Tai Jiao said, Brother Fang Chen, I haven't seen you for a few years, and your cultivation level has reached the heavenly body tier. Not bad. Tai Jiao could tell Fang Chen's cultivation level with a single glance. Brother Tai Jiao, my brother is injured. Can he enter the spirit river to recuperate? Fang Chen asked. All the bones in the little mouse's body were shattered, and its injuries were severe. Fang Chen could only think of the spirit river. Hearing this, Tai Jiao looked at the little mouse. Then, his expression changed drastically. He entered the ice mountain. Fang Chen shook his head, and said, he wanted to suck out a corpse from the ice under the ice mountain, and was injured. This little family is really lucky, Tai Jiao said in a low voice. Even Tai Jiao was terrified of the danger of the ice mountain. Brother Fang Chen, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't go to the ice mountain, Tai Jiao said solemnly. Fang Chen clasped his hands. Thank you for the reminder. All right, put it in the spirit river, Tai Jiao said. Fang Chen was secretly delighted, and immediately put the little mouse in the spirit river. Instantly, the little mouse's body disappeared into the spirit river. Tai Jiao's eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. He chuckled, and said, Brother Fang Chen, are you interested in trying to see if you can break the record of the heavenly body tier? Hearing this, Fang Chen was also stunned. A heavenly body tier record? Yarrow remembered that when he entered the spirit river back then, he was merely a mystic king realm martial artist. At that time, he had broken the record for capturing spirit pythons at the profound king realm. The 99 spiritual pythons had reached the limit of the profound king realm. Thus, he had received a very strong baptism of the spirit river, which had benefited him greatly. 30,000 years ago, there was a genius with the true meaning of time who held the record of 19 spirit pythons. Now, after a few years, he was back in the star relic. The more he thought about it, the more restless he felt in his heart. How is it? With your strength, perhaps you really can break the record of the heavenly body tier, Iron Armor said with a smile. For countless years, he had always been accompanied by the spirit river and rarely saw human ancient martial art practitioners. As for Fang Chen, he was the only human ancient martial art practitioner recently. Moreover, he had broken the record, reaching the limit of the profound king realm. Iron Armor thought very highly of Fang Chen. What's the record of the heavenly body tier? Fang Chen asked. The limit of the Heaven Dipper tier is 3,600 spirit pythons, and the record is 3,510 spirit pythons. As for the limit of the heavenly body tier, it's 40,000 spirit pythons, and the record is 41,000, Iron Armor said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. The record of the heavenly body tier was 41,000, and he had to capture more than this to break the record. Try it, Iron Armor said. Fang Chen nodded, and was sent into the spirit river by Iron Armor. Voila! Inside the spirit river, spirit chi surged. This spiritual chi was mixed with the rich power of the stars. Fang Chen had just entered the spirit river when he felt rich power of stars crazily surging from all directions. In his chi sea, the 4-story star pagoda was shaking. Wang. Because he had already experienced it once, capturing this time was a walk in the park. First, Fang Chen burrowed into the depths of the spirit river. Because there were almost no spirit pythons on the surface of the spirit river. Secondly, Fang Chen displayed the perfect sword body to resist the strong water pressure in the depths of the spirit river. Start capturing. A hint of heat also appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. He didn't know if he could reach the limit. Voila! With a wave of his hand, the first spirit python was captured. Fang Chen discovered that the spirit python captured this time was completely different from the last time. Although it was a spirit python, most of its body was made up of the power of stars. So strong. The spirit python struggled, and the power of stars in its body poured into his body. Fang Chen put away this spirit python and continued to capture. In a short while, he captured hundreds of spirit pythons. Time trickled by as the metal armor in the sky above the spirit river watched this scene quietly. With Brother Fang Chen's potential, there's no pressure before 30,000 spirit pythons. Iron armor had guarded this place for countless years and was very clear about the power of the spirit pythons. He was very confident in his judgment. Fang Chen was crazily capturing the spirit pythons, while Iron armor was admiring it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Fang Chen was really crazy. In just 3 days, the number of spirit pythons he captured had reached 10,000. He was still crazily capturing. However, to Iron armor's surprise, Fang Chen did not absorb the spirit pythons he captured. Instead, he gave them all to his partner, the injured little mouse. This kid is very loyal. Iron armor smiled when he saw this. The spirit pythons were of little help to Fang Chen. However, they were of great help to the little mouse. After absorbing 10,000 spirit pythons, the little mouse's injuries were instantly healed. Seeing this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and continued to capture spirit pythons. In this way, Fang Chen captured 40,000 spirit pythons in one breath. When the number of spirit pythons he captured exceeded 30,000, Iron armor above the spirit river began to be shocked. His judgment was actually wrong. Easily capturing 40,000 spirit pythons, Iron armor's eyes emitted a faint golden light as he looked straight at Fang Chen. After a long while, Iron armor sighed. Truly, the new generation excels the old. When capturing 40,000 spirit pythons, Fang Chen clearly felt the pressure. His speed began to decrease sharply, but even so, he was still able to capture spirit pythons. Spirit pythons were captured by Fang Chen one after another. Rumble. In the depths of the spirit river, Fang Chen's large hand reached out, and the aura around him fluctuated. Wild sword chi spread out in an instant. The big hand flipped and suddenly grabbed a spirit python that was swimming in the distance. The spirit python screamed crazily, but was unable to break free from Fang Chen's palm. After capturing this spirit python, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a brilliant smile. Because he knew that he had broken the record of a heavenly body tier martial artist, 41,000 spirit pythons. Continuing to bury his head in capturing, Iron armor above the spirit river already didn't know what to say. 41,000, 42,000, 43,000, 44,000. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen captured 47,000 spirit pythons. At this time, Fang Chen really felt the pressure. His perfect sword physique shone brightly, and he even took out the hidden star sword. Moreover, he even used the 5 thunder tribulation technique. Now, he had already used his full strength. Every time he captured a spirit python, it was very strenuous. However, Fang Chen didn't want to give up. 1. The second layer of the 5 thunder tribulation technique was used, attacking the spirit python's head. Following that, he used the thunderfall sword technique to attack the spirit python's body. Under the double attack, the spirit python's power was also greatly weakened. Immediately, Fang Chen set up the chaos element killing formation to encircle and annihilate the spirit pythons. One had to know that setting up the chaos element killing formation in the spirit river was very restrictive. However, Fang Chen still did it. In this way, Fang Chen captured another 990 spirit pythons. He only needed 10 more spirit pythons to break the record. At this time, Fang Chen was already exhausted and couldn't move. Dong dong dong, the golden heart beat rapidly, and a clear stream spread throughout his body, relieving his fatigue. Huff huff, Fang Chen gasped for breath, and his forehead was full of sweat. I can't give up. He only needed 10 more spirit pythons to reach the limit. Roar. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and continued to capture spirit pythons. However, just as he was about to capture the spiritual python, the hidden star sword suddenly emitted a resplendent light. Immediately, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The thunderfall sword technique had finally reached the transformation realm. Ha ha! Fang Chen laughed. At the critical moment, the thunderfall sword technique had reached the transformation realm, and its power had increased a lot. The pressure on his body suddenly weakened a lot. The hidden star sword was constantly waved, and the bright lightning sword light instantly fell. The spirit python couldn't avoid it and was caught by Fang Chen. 1, 2, 3. When he caught 47,995 strands of light, the pressure suddenly increased. Even the Thunder Fall sword technique at the transformation realm couldn't help Fang Chen capture spirit pythons. In the sky above the spirit river, Iron Armor had been watching this scene. Can he reach the limit? He had already broken the record, and now he only needed 5 more spirit pythons to reach the limit. Boom! Under Iron Armor's gaze, Fang Chen didn't give up and continued to capture spirit pythons. However, under that powerful pressure, Fang Chen's cultivation broke through. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. His cultivation reached the 5th level of the heavenly body tier. Wang. Fang Chen's body experienced a qualitative leap. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body emitted a bright golden light. Under Iron Armor's gaze, Fang Chen soared into the sky and rushed out of the spirit river. He held 5 spirit pythons in his hand. Seeing this, Iron Armor revealed a wild smile. Brother Fang Chen, congratulations. The lower the cultivation, the easier it was to break the record. He was very clear that to reach the limit of the heavenly body tier, one had to have heaven-defying potential. However, Fang Chen did it. Such an inconspicuous cultivator actually did it. The problem was that his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the heavenly body tier, and he had just broken through. Genius, an absolute genius. Over the endless years, Iron Armor had seen countless geniuses. However, after meeting Fang Chen, he knew the true meaning of genius. He concluded that in the years to come, Fang Chen would definitely become a giant. He might even be on par with the master of the Star Ruins. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At the last moment, if his cultivation hadn't broken through, he really would have failed. Chapter 1361. Fang Chen gave all the captured spirit pythons to the little mouse to absorb. After absorbing 48,000 spirit pythons, the little mouse's injuries were obviously much better. Brother Fang Chen, get ready to accept the baptism of the spirit river. After pausing for a moment, Tai Jiao continued, the baptism of the spirit river this time is much stronger than the baptism of the mystic king realm. Moreover, you can let it accept the baptism with you. Fang Chen instantly understood Tai Jiao's meaning. Letting the little mouse accept the baptism of the spirit river was to heal his injuries. Fang Chen was overjoyed and cupped his hands towards Tai Jiao. Rumble! Thunder rumbled in the sky above the spirit river. A whirlpool appeared in the huge spirit river. The spirit river surged and a strong star power emerged from the terrifying whirlpool, instantly enveloping Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen and the little mouse were enveloped by a grey aura. In an instant, Fang Chen felt extremely comfortable all over his body. His unstable cultivation was also stabilizing. At the side, the little mouse's injuries were healing. In short, the baptism of the spirit river this time was of great help to Fang Chen. In the end, even his primordial spirit was tempered and became even stronger. The baptism of the spirit river lasted for a full hour before it ended. How was it? Tai Jiao asked. Fang Chen nodded heavily, feeling full of strength. The benefits of the baptism of the spirit river will gradually be revealed in the future. Tai Jiao smiled. To be able to see Fang Chen reach his limit twice in a few years, he was also very happy. Brother Tai Jiao, how much do you know about the Star Ruin? Fang Chen asked. After the baptism of the spirit river, the little mouse's injuries were much better. Fang Chen was prepared to explore other places. The Star Ruin is very big. As guardians, we can't leave the place we are guarding. I don't know much about other places. However, if you want to explore, I can point you in a direction, Tai Jiao said. Hearing this, Fang Chen hurriedly asked, what path? The star relic is divided into the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. Right now, we are in the outer region, and that ice mountain is the most dangerous place in the outer region. As for the inner area, as long as you head north, you'll reach it. However, I have to warn you that the inner area is extremely dangerous. You must be careful and don't get confused by some things, warned Tai Jiao. Brother Tiejia, just how powerful was the master of the Star Ruins? Asked Fang Chen. Just the outer area of the star relic was already so dangerous, and there was still the inner area and the core area. Tai Jiao shook his head and said, The master of the star ruin is too powerful. In this universe era, there are very few who can match him. What a pity. Such an expert still died in the end. Devil vanquishing world, second heaven. His clone suddenly woke up from his cultivation. Astonishingly, his cultivation level had already reached the same level as his main body, reaching the 5th level of the heavenly body tier. Who? Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. During this period of time, he had been comprehending the true meaning of time and space, and had gained a lot. The true meaning of time and space had reached the 6th level, and could accelerate time around him for a short period of time. Unfortunately, it could only reach 10 times at most, and no more. If the true meaning of time and space reached the peak, it could even reach 100 or 1,000 times. The clone's cultivation level was similar to the main body's, but its strength was slightly weaker. After all, the clone didn't have a god weapon, but it also had a battle sword, and couldn't set up a sword formation. However, the clone also had what the main body had. The main body entered the star ruins and won't come out for a while. This clone of mine should also go out and move around, Fang Chen said with a smile. The mission given to him by the devil vanquishing world was to become the strongest of the younger generation of the Old East Alliance. Now, the mission wasn't completed yet. The main body was exploring the star ruins, so he'd let this clone continue to complete the mission. Through the teleportation formation of the devil vanquishing world, he arrived at Tianhua City. Fang Chen asked around a little and found out what had happened. The Black Shadow was the enemy of the helmsman, and was killed by the helmsman. When he heard this, Fang Chen sighed in relief. She was fine. Fang Chen hurried over to the Old East Alliance. The Sword Sect. Every day, Jen Wuhong would stand on a high peak, gazing into the distance. Today, as always, she was gazing into the distance. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked down in disbelief. Because she saw Fang Chen. Is that Fang Chen? She rubbed her eyes with her small white hands, and continued to look. It really is him. Jen Wuhong's face was full of smiles. She leaped down the mountain and hurried to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen, who was walking, was startled by the sudden red sword dance. Fang Chen, it really is you, she said excitedly. Yes, Fang Chen said with a smile. I thought, she stopped mid-sentence, her voice trembling with emotion. Everyone thought Fang Chen was dead. She was the only one who didn't believe it. In the end, after a month of waiting, Fang Chen really did return. Where did you go? She asked. It's hard to explain, Fang Chen said. Before long, the news of Fang Chen's return spread throughout the entire Sword Dao faction. The helmsman personally came to greet Fang Chen. Ha ha ha, it's good that you're fine. The helmsman was very happy. Fang Chen's potential was obvious to all. He was also a limiteer. His future was bound to be great. If he had died, it would have been a great loss. Now that he was back, unharmed, it was wonderful. Even the helmsman of the sect of formations came to greet him. Fang Chen's potential in the Dao of formations was also very strong. The helmsman of the sect of formations had always wanted to steal him away. Brother Fang, it's so good to see you, Bai Wuzong hugged Fang Chen and said excitedly. Fang Chen's heart warmed. He didn't expect so many people to care about him. Fang Chen nodded. Fang Chen's return undoubtedly made the entire sword sect very excited. However, some people were very unhappy. Ji Yu, who was ranked 10th on the Tianhua leaderboard, was very angry when he heard that Fang Chen had returned. Damn it. That kid didn't die in that situation. Ji Yu said coldly. Immediately, he hurriedly got up and soon arrived at the sword sect. He happened to see Jen Wuhong and Fang Chen walking side by side, talking and laughing. The cold goddess Jen Wuhong usually wouldn't take the initiative to talk to men, but now she was talking and laughing with Fang Chen. Ji Yu wouldn't believe that there was nothing going on between them. Fang Chen. Ji Yu shouted angrily. Fang Chen, who was talking, heard someone call his name and turned to look. Ji Yu. Jen Wuhong frowned. She was very unhappy. Ji Yu's aura shook as he angrily walked in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you, Ji Yu said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. Get lost. Jian Wuhong didn't give Ji Yu any face and said coldly. She knew that Ji Yu wanted to challenge Fang Chen because of her. Wuhong, you. Ji Yu was even angrier when he heard Jian Wuhong's words. He didn't expect Jian Wuhong to insult him because of Fang Chen. Fang Chen, if you're a man, don't let a woman stand up for you, Ji Yu said. Fang Chen looked straight at Ji Yu and said, You really want to challenge me? Ji Yu nodded. Prepare 10,000 sword sources before you come find me. With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Fang Chen, you've gone too far. Ji Yu was furious when he heard that and immediately attacked. Whoosh! An icy sword whistled through the air and blocked Ji Yu's attack. This is the sword sect, Jian Wuhong said softly. Ji Yu clenched his fists. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen to shreds. But in the end he restrained himself. As Jian Wuhong had said, this was the sword sect. He couldn't act rashly. Fang Chen, just you wait. With that, Ji Yu turned and left. Ancient Eastern Alliance, in a garden. The Yuan clan leader had also heard the news of Fang Chen's return. Who is this Fang Chen? Why is his return so happy for the old Eastern Alliance? He asked. Elder, I heard he broke through to the boundary. He's one of the old Eastern Alliance's geniuses. Oh, he broke through to the boundary. Interesting, the elder said. Elder, he's been to the hidden realm of the sword. The elder's face changed, then he said, Bring him to me. The Yuan clan disciple quickly arrived at the sword sect on the elder's orders. The elder has ordered Fang Chen to go see him, the disciple said. Fang Chen was confused when he heard that. I don't know why the elder wants to see me. You'll know when you get there, the disciple said indifferently. Fang Chen wanted to say something, but Jian Wuhong stopped him. Fang Chen, I'll take you. The sword sect's leader appeared with a smile. Soon, Fang Chen and the helmsman arrived at the same time. Elder, what business do you have with Fang Chen? The leader asked with a smile. The elder, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and stared straight at Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen felt a divine sense fall upon him. It was as though it wanted to see through him. The elder's eyes emitted a strange aura. When Fang Chen raised his head to look at the elder, he suddenly felt dizzy. Oh no, it's an illusion. Fang Chen was shocked. He hurriedly activated his star power to resist the illusion. Fortunately, Fang Chen had cultivated the illusory sword Dao before and knew a little about illusions. He could resist the elder's illusion. Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. The leader was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to offend the elder of the Yuan clan. After a long time, the elder looked away and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It's rare to be able to stay true to your heart under my watch. After saying that, the elder waved his hand, indicating that they should leave. The leader hurriedly left with Fang Chen. Elder, the disciple asked. The elder shook his head. His eyes could see through everything. However, he didn't find the aura of the Yuan demon sword on Fang Chen's body. He even saw it clearly in his interspatial ring. Chapter 1362. The Yuan race's elder's inspection made Fang Chen feel very uncomfortable. It was as if the secret in his heart had been seen through. Fortunately, the Yuan race's elder didn't seem to notice anything. He had just been joking, but Ji Yu had taken it seriously. A few days later, Ji Yu brought 10,000 sword origins to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I've already prepared 10,000 sword origins. Will you accept my challenge? Asked Ji Yu. Seeing the sword origins in Ji Yu's hand, Fang Chen was startled, but then he nodded. Since you want to give me sword origins, how could I refuse? Smiled Fang Chen. Sword origins were very important to sword cultivators. With sword origins, one's cultivation speed would increase a bit. However, for the time being, Fang Chen couldn't fight Ji Yu. I need to prepare. We'll fight in half a month, said Fang Chen. Although Ji Yu was a bit unhappy, he still agreed. After receiving Fang Chen's reply, Ji Yu smiled sinisterly and left the Sword Dao faction. Not long after, Jian Wuhong arrived. Fang Chen, Why did you agree to fight Guu? Asked Jen Wuhong anxiously. You don't trust me? Fang Chen asked with a smile. For a moment, Jen Wuhong was speechless. The more time she had spent with Fang Chen, the more she felt that Fang Chen was very mysterious. His strength had increased very quickly, and it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. 10th place on the Tianhua rankings is no small matter, said Jen Wuhong. I know, said Fang Chen. But right now, I need your help. What help? Asked Jen Wuhong. She owed Fang Chen a favor. As long as Fang Chen's request wasn't too unreasonable, she would definitely agree. I need a divine weapon. It would be best if it was a 6th rank divine weapon, said Fang Chen. No problem. Jen Wuhong nodded without hesitation. Anything else? Fang Chen shook his head. Jen Wuhong left. That was her personality, swift and decisive. After Jen Wuhong left, Fang Chen returned to his courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Chaos Origin Killing Array. His true body and avatar could share the Chaos Origin Killing Array. Because the doppelganger did not have a battle sword, it could not set up a sword array. Star Relic. After a period of recuperation, the little mouse's injuries were almost completely healed. Now, Fang Chen and the little mouse were quickly heading towards the inner area of the ruins. Fang Chen had already walked for more than 10 days according to the route that Chainmail had given him, but he still hadn't reached the inner area. Although they encountered many dangers along the way, Fang Chen was able to resolve them easily. Not long after, when he was about to reach the inner area, Fang Chen discovered a shocking scene. Someone else entered the Star Relic. Boss, there are footprints on the ground, the little mouse exclaimed. Fang Chen's expression was solemn as he stared at the footprints on the ground. Although these footprints were very shallow, Fang Chen's divine sense was extremely powerful. He could clearly see the footprints on the ground. These footprints were left by human cultivators, Fang Chen thought to himself. Boss, could it be that someone else entered this place? The little mouse asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't know either. Be careful. The closer they got to the inner area, the more oppressive the air became. After a while, Fang Chen and the little mouse finally arrived at the inner area. They crossed the outer edge and entered the inner area. Roar. Just as they entered the inner area, they heard the terrifying roars of demonic beasts. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. Then, he fled in a panic. Using the space-time true intent, he instantly hid in the void. The air shook. Crash. Fang Chen, who was in the middle of teleporting, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Space distorted and his body gradually disappeared. What's going on? Fang Chen shouted loudly. However, it was to no avail. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. His body seemed to be swallowed by the void. No. Fang Chen roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. Swoosh. When a ripple appeared in the void, Fang Chen's figure quickly disappeared without a trace. Whoosh. Fang Chen struggled with all his might. Suddenly, he felt his body land on the ground and a white light appeared in front of him. Where is this? Fang Chen was a little shocked. Wasn't he swallowed by the void? Why did he come here? Dong. Just as Fang Chen was surprised, the ground trembled. Immediately after, a bull-headed demonic beast the size of a small hill appeared in front of Fang Chen. Human. The bull-headed demonic beast let out a very rough voice. What is this place? Fang Chen looked at the bull-headed demonic beast, his heart trembling. This is the Spacetime Island. Master once ordered that outsiders who enter the Spacetime Island are to be killed without mercy. The bull-headed demonic beast's huge head shook. Fang Chen felt the entire ground tremble. Kill without mercy. Fang Chen was a little frightened. The aura emitted by the bull-headed demonic beast was too tyrannical. Moreover, the rules of this area were different from the outside world. Fang Chen's aura was greatly suppressed here. Senior, this junior accidentally entered this place. I hope that senior will be merciful. Fang Chen hurriedly said. He didn't want to die without knowing why. Although he still had a clone, if his original body died, it would be very harmful to the clone. Ha ha ha, human, don't worry. Although the spacetime island doesn't allow outsiders to enter, it's not absolute. But it's not absolute. The bull-headed demonic beast laughed. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned and stared at the bull-headed demonic beast. Huala. The bull-headed demonic beast opened its mouth and spat out a flame, shooting towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen instinctively caught the flame and found that it was a scroll. Boy, you are a heavenly body tier martial artist, so as long as you comprehend the spacetime strangulation within a year, you will not die. The bull-headed demonic beast finished speaking and directly lay on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Remember, you only have 1 year. The bull-headed demonic beast's voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Old East League, Sword Dao faction. In the courtyard, Fang Chen, who was comprehending the chaos-killing array, suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Comprehend the space-time strangulation within a year. His original body accidentally entered the spacetime island and was trapped inside. If he couldn't comprehend the spacetime strangulation within a year, he would definitely die. The bull-headed demonic beast was too strong. It would be too easy for it to kill his original body. Let's comprehend together. Fang Chen made the decision. His original body comprehended together with his doppelganger. It would save him half the time. With a thought, his original body transmitted the spacetime strangulation to him. Fang Chen looked inwardly into his mind, understanding the details of the spacetime strangulation in detail. The spacetime strangulation was a high-level secret technique. Because it involved the true meaning of time and space, it was very profound. It was much more complex than ordinary top-grade secret techniques. If I want to comprehend the spacetime strangulation, it seems I have to start with the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. On the 7th day, Jian Wuhong delivered a level 6 divine weapon. The blade was bright red, the hilt black, and the tip extremely sharp. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that this sword was extraordinary. For you. Jian Wuhong handed the divine weapon to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took the divine weapon with both hands, and immediately felt that it was very heavy. This is, Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the divine weapon. He was extremely excited. This is refined from void mithril. Void mithril is only a supplementary material, Jian Wuhong said softly. The main material is glazed flame iron. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled even more. As a divine blacksmith, even though he was only a 3-star divine blacksmith, he still had some understanding of the Tao of blacksmithing. Void mithril was an extremely precious material. Normally, it would only be used to refine level 6 divine weapons. Furthermore, any divine weapon that could use void mithril as the main material would be at the peak of level 6 divine weapons. To a 6-star divine blacksmith, void mithril was also an extremely precious material. And this sword was actually made from glazed flame iron as the main material, with void mithril as the supplementary material. Glazed flame iron was a material required to refine level 7 divine weapons. Fang Chen took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Jian Wuhong. These materials were all taken out by you? Jian Wuhong nodded, not saying anything. Fang Chen was moved. He didn't expect Jian Wuhong to take out such precious materials to refine a divine weapon for him. Many thanks, Fang Chen said. No need for that. I owe you a favor, Jian Wuhong said softly. This sword doesn't have a name. You can give it one. The body of the sword was red, and it was made of glazed flame iron. Fang Chen blurted out a name. Red Glass. Let's call it Red Glass. Jian Wuhong nodded. I'll be leaving first. I'm almost done with the Azure Lightning Emperor's inheritance. When I return, I'll go into seclusion. Looking at Jian Wuhong's departing figure, Fang Chen's expression was complicated. Holding the red glass sword, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Let's test out the power of the red glass sword. Astral energy surged as he used the lightning fall sword. Suddenly, the thunderous sword light with great momentum whizzed through the air. Dong! The ground shook. Putting away the red glass sword, Fang Chen was filled with excitement. Although it's a rank 6 divine weapon, its sharpness is comparable to a rank 7 divine weapon. Fang Chen thought to himself. The red glass sword's power had already surpassed the hidden star sword. From now on, this sword would be his clone's battle partner. With the red glass sword, there was no doubt that he could defeat Gu. Fist Technique Sect. In a certain courtyard, Gu sat on a stone bench. Opposite him was the head disciple of the Fist Technique Sect, known as Dragon Fist. As for his real name, people had long forgotten. Dragon Fist. They only knew that when he punched, it would be accompanied by the roar of a dragon. Over time, the name Dragon Fist was known by the world. Dragon Fist was very strong. He was recognized as the #1 disciple of the Fist Technique Sect. Senior brother Dragon Fist, Gu said. I heard that you want to challenge an official disciple of the Sword Technique Sect, Dragon Fist said. Gu nodded. His eyes were filled with endless anger. That kid is very close to Jian Wuhong. I want to teach him a lesson. Pay attention to your limits when you fight. I heard that kid is a genius who broke through the extreme realm. The Sword Technique Sect values him a lot, Dragon Fist said. Chapter 1363. The day before the battle, Fang Chen went to the formation school and found Bai Wuzong. At this time, Bai Wuzong was giving pointers to the other disciples. Brother Bai, called Fang Chen. Bai Wuzong was a bit surprised. Cultivate on your own for now. Bai Wuzong walked over to Fang Chen and asked, Brother Fang, how come you have time to come find me? Brother Bai, to tell you the truth, I want to ask you for some formation sources. Fang Chen chuckled. Formation sources? Bai Wuzong was a bit embarrassed. If it's too difficult, then forget it, said Fang Chen when he saw Bai Wuzong's expression. Bai Wuzong hurriedly explained, Brother Fang, to tell you the truth, my formation school has a clear rule that we can't give formation sources to disciples who aren't part of the school. This is the leader's personal order, and I don't dare to disobey. In that case, I won't disturb Brother Bai any longer. Fang Chen nodded after understanding the situation. Brother Fang, don't be in a hurry to leave. Although there's a rule that I can't give you formation sources, I have a way to get you enough. Bai Wuzong smiled. Oh, what is it? There are 2 ways to get formation sources. The first is to challenge a disciple of our formation school. If you defeat your opponent, you'll get formation sources. But I don't think anyone will be stupid enough to compete with you in terms of formations. Bai Wuzong curled his lips. He had seen Fang Chen's Chaos Origin killing formation, and even he felt ashamed of his inferiority. However, there's another way that shouldn't be difficult for you. Bai Wuzong smiled. Come, follow me. With that, Bai Wuzong brought Fang Chen to a square. In front of the square stood a tall tower. Brother Fang, this tower is called the Formation Origin Tower. As the name implies, there are endless formation sources inside. As long as you can get formation sources inside, you can take them away. Bai Wuzong introduced. However, I have to remind you, Brother Fang, that the Array Origin Pagoda is not as simple as it seems. Let's go straight in, Fang Chen said. With your attainments in formations, you are qualified to enter the Tower of Formation Origin, Bai Wuzong said. Fang Chen nodded and didn't waste any more time. He plunged straight into the Array Origin Tower. The Array Origin Pagoda had a total of 9 levels. Until now, the record holder for the younger generation of the Array Formation faction was Bai Wuzong. He had only reached the 6th level. While Fang Chen entered the Array Origin Pagoda. The aura of the formation is everywhere. Fang Chen said softly. He looked around, then closed his eyes and carefully sensed the Array Origin Pagoda. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes and sighed. The Array Origin Pagoda itself was an array formation. Unfortunately, his attainments in array formations were limited and he could not see through it. Fang Chen took a few steps forward. Suddenly, a terrifying airflow attacked him. Fang Chen's figure flashed and dodged the attack of the airflow. Array formation. There were hidden array formations everywhere in the Array Origin Pagoda. If one was not careful, they would be trapped by the array formations. Fortunately, Fang Chen was a 5-star array formation master. The first level of the Array Origin Pagoda could not trap him. Where is the array source? Fang Chen searched carefully. Only now did he understand what Bai Wuzong meant. Searching for the array source in the array origin pagoda was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The array source is hidden in the array formation. I have to find it, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Immediately, he began to observe his surroundings. An hour later, Fang Chen found an area of array sources. There were more than a dozen array sources scattered here. He easily broke the array formation and picked up the array sources. However, these array sources disappointed Fang Chen. It's not even 1/10 of an ordinary array source. This is too weak. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Could it be that the higher the level, the stronger the array source? Fang Chen guessed. Immediately, he did not waste any more time and went to the second level. In less than 2 hours, Fang Chen easily stepped onto the 5th level of the array origin pagoda. After reaching the 5th level, Fang Chen found some array sources. These array sources were about the same size as ordinary array sources, and the array formation aura contained within them could be considered normal. This is only the 5th level. In that case, the array source on the 6th level is even bigger than this, Fang Chen said. Immediately, his eyes shone with golden light as he prepared to step onto the 6th level. However, during this time, Fang Chen encountered some difficulties. Outside the array origin pagoda, Bai Wuzong had been waiting. It's already been 2 hours. I wonder which level Brother Fang has reached. There were some disciples outside the array origin pagoda in groups of 3 to 5. Senior Brother Bai, are you going to challenge the array origin pagoda? Asked some disciples. With Senior Brother Bai's strength, he should be able to successfully reach the 7th level. Yes, Senior Brother Bai's attainments in the Tao of Formations are too high. We can only look up to him. Bai Wuzong's title as number 1 in the Tao of Formations wasn't an exaggeration. His attainments in the Tao of Formations were even higher than Fang Chen's. If it weren't for Fang Chen's trump card, the primordial killing formation, it was hard to say who would have one. Bai Wuzong smiled. I'm not going. Then why is Senior Brother Bai here? Asked some disciples. Brother Fang is going. What sword Tao factions Fang Chen? He's going to challenge the array origin pagoda. How many levels can he reach? The Tao of Formations disciples were no stranger to Fang Chen. In fact, they were very familiar with him. He had defeated Bai Wuzong in a battle of formations. It could be said that this had shocked all the Tao of Formations disciples. Just as they were discussing this, Wan Luo and Luo Rongyuan arrived. After learning that Fang Chen was challenging the array origin pagoda, Wan Luo continuously mocked him. Temph, he's just a clown. Instead of staying in the Sword Tao faction, he actually dares to come to my Tao of Formations faction. Wan Luo sneered. Wan Luo. Bai Wuzong frowned. Wan Luo was a bit afraid of Bai Wuzong, so he obediently shut his mouth. Why don't you let others speak? Luo Rongyuan spoke up. After losing to Fang Chen last time, he was still holding a grudge and had been looking for a time to fight with Fang Chen again. But now, the opportunity had come. If it was someone else, then it would be fine. But for someone who lost to me to say this, it's really laughable, said Bai Wuzong. Luo Rongyuan's face was gloomy. He looked straight at Bai Wuzong and said coldly, Bai Wuzong, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the chief disciple. If you have the ability to defeat me, then we'll talk. Bai Wuzong sneered. He looked down on Luo Rongyuan, but the latter also refused to accept him. These two had been fighting all these years. However, Luo Rongyuan had always been suppressed by Bai Wuzong. Some disciples even secretly called him the Eternal Number 2. Boom. Luo Rongyuan was full of fighting spirit. He stared at Bai Wuzong and said, since you want to fight, then let's fight. However, after this battle, you won't be able to keep your position as the chief disciple. You don't have the right to say such things. The two top disciples of the Array Formation sect began a battle. The two stood in the void, their palms constantly forming hand seals, using the most offensive means of the Array Formation to fight. Boom. The two of them controlled the Array Formation to fight, attracting the attention of all the disciples in the square. So powerful. What precise control! Many disciples exclaimed. Whether it was Luo Rongyuan or Bai Wuzong, they were both unreachable existences. In the crowd, Wan Luo sneered. The reason why Luo Rongyuan dared to challenge Bai Wuzong was that in the past few months, he had improved the star-severing array again and was confident that he could fight Bai Wuzong. The battle was very intense, and energy fluctuations constantly spread. However, after the two of them fought for 15 minutes, they were finally ready to go all out. Bai Wuzong, I'll let you see my new star-severing array. As soon as Luo Rongyuan's voice fell, the star-severing array suddenly activated. This was a brand new star-severing array, and its power was much stronger than before. Seeing this, Bai Wuzong narrowed his eyes and waved his palm. Specks of silver light shot out from his body. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a void cage instantly formed, directly enveloping the star-severing array. Luo Rongyuan, who was originally full of confidence, was shocked when he saw the array formation set up by Bai Wuzong. You actually managed to comprehend the void cage array formation. Luo Rongyuan panicked. Among the sixth order formations, the best was the void cage array. He originally thought that he could easily defeat Bai Wuzong, but now it seemed that he had thought too lightly. Do you still want to fight? Bai Wuzong asked. Chimph, I'm not convinced. Luo Rongyuan activated the star-severing array with all his strength to resist the restraint of the void cage array. However, it was useless. The void cage array was too strong. As time passed, the void cage array gradually devoured the star-severing array. The ability of the star-severing array to intercept the power of the stars gradually disappeared. A moment later, the star-severing array collapsed, and Luo Rongyuan was defeated again. Bai Wuzong put away the array and looked at Luo Rongyuan coldly. He wanted to take this opportunity to tell all the disciples that he, Bai Wuzong, was still the chief disciple, and his position was unshakable. Even Luo Rongyuan had been defeated, who else could shake his position? The answer was no. No. Luo Rongyuan muttered with a ferocious expression. He couldn't believe the facts in front of him. After losing to Fang Chen, he cultivated bitterly for a few months and finally improved the star-severing array again. He thought that this was a chance to become the chief disciple. But he didn't expect that Bai Wuzong, this freak, had actually comprehended the void cage array. After struggling for a long time, Luo Rongyuan gave up. Brother Luo. Wan Luo walked in front of Luo Rongyuan and asked in a low voice. The square was silent. Everyone looked at Bai Wuzong with incomparable awe in their eyes. As for Bai Wuzong, his white robes fluttered in the wind as he stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on the Formation Origin Tower. At this time, the Formation Origin Tower opened and Fang Chen walked out. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Formation Origin Tower. Not only had he obtained a strengthened version of the Formation Origin Tower, but he had also broken through a bottleneck and become a 6-star Divine Formation Master. After walking out of the Formation Origin Tower, Fang Chen raised his head and was a bit stunned. So many people. Seeing Fang Chen come out, Bai Wuzong greeted him with a smile. Brother Fang, how was your harvest? Asked Bai Wuzong. Fang Chen nodded heavily. The expression on his face explained everything. Chapter 1364. The harvest of the trip to the Formation Origin Tower was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. Hearing Bai Wuzong's question, Fang Chen naturally answered with a smile. However, in Luo Rongyuan's eyes, he was incomparably furious. Anger was already burning in his heart. Luo Rongyuan walked step by step towards Fang Chen, and the crowd in the square opened up a path for him. Wan Luo followed behind Luo Rongyuan, looking at Fang Chen with schadenfreude. When Luo Rongyuan walked in front of Fang Chen, he stopped in his tracks. His body was surrounded by a cold aura. Fang Chen, Luo Rongyuan called out coldly. Fang Chen turned his head to look at Luo Rongyuan, and then his gaze fell on Bai Wuzong. Luo Rongyuan, don't think that I don't dare to attack you, Bai Wuzong said angrily. Bai Wuzong, this is a matter between me and Fang Chen. It's not your place to interfere. Then, Luo Rongyuan stared at Fang Chen and sneered, in the last battle, you were lucky to win. At that time, I said that I would definitely take revenge. And now, The time has come. You and I will fight. Hearing Luo Rongyuan's words, Fang Chen took a step forward and stared at Luo Rongyuan. Do you think that I'm easy to bully? Fang Chen asked calmly. The surrounding people were a little surprised, not understanding what Fang Chen meant. Brother Fang. Bai Wuzong was afraid that Fang Chen would be at a disadvantage if he fought with Luo Rongyuan, so he stopped him. However, Fang Chen seemed to have made a decision. He waved his hand, stopping Bai Wuzong from speaking. Then, he looked at Luo Rongyuan. I'm a snobbish person. Without the formation source, there's no need to talk about fighting. Luo Rongyuan grinned when he heard that. As long as Fang Chen dared to fight, it was fine. As for the formation source, it didn't matter. I have 1,000 formation sources here. If you have the ability, take them. However, I'll say this first. If you lose today's battle, I'll cut off one of your arms, said Luo Rongyuan. You talk too much, Fang Chen said with a frown. Luo Rongyuan took action and quickly set up the astral severing array formation. Be careful, this is the latest and improved version of the star severing array, Bai Wuzong warned. Fang Chen pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and leapt into the air. He glanced back at Bai Wuzong and said, Brother Bai, didn't you ask me how my gains were? Now, I'll let you see what I've gained in the tower. Brat, you don't have Bai Wuzong's void cage array formation, so you can't break my star severing array formation. Luo Rongyuan was very confident that Fang Chen was definitely not his opponent. However, Fang Chen exuded an arrogant aura. Who said we have to break it? Fang Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the primordial killing array was instantly set up. After becoming a 6-star divine array master, the primordial killing array formation naturally advanced to the 6th level array formation realm. Not to mention the star severing array formation, even the void cage array formation was no match for the 6th level primordial killing array formation. What 6-star divine array master? Seeing this, Bai Wuzong exclaimed. The killing power of the primordial killing array was too strong. Luo Rongyuan couldn't resist it at all. What's going on? Luo Rongyuan cried out in shock. However, before he could launch an all-out attack, the star severing array formation was completely suppressed by the primordial killing array formation. Then, Luo Rongyuan found that his body couldn't move. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luo Rongyuan couldn't believe his eyes. Fang Chen had reached the 6-star divine array master realm. Not only Luo Rongyuan, but Wn Luo and the others were also shocked. After the shock, Bai Wuzong revealed a bright smile. It seemed that Fang Chen had also stepped into the 6th level of the array origin tower. The harvest this time was really not small. Bang! Luo Rongyuan's body was penetrated by the terrifying killing intent of the primordial killing array formation. Blood splattered all over the sky. Fang Chen took a step forward and came in front of Luo Rongyuan. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Luo Rongyuan's arm. Then, he pulled hard. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Luo Rongyuan's arm was broken by Fang Chen. At this time, Luo Rongyuan's body was extremely weak. The star severing array formation automatically collapsed. The ground was full of blood. Luo Rongyuan fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Fang Chen put away the primordial killing array formation and looked coldly at Luo Rongyuan. Brother Luo! Wn Luo exclaimed and ran to Luo Rongyuan's side, hurriedly helping the latter up. This is the price for your failure, Fang Chen said calmly. Luo Rongyuan's face was ferocious. His heart was burning with anger, but he didn't dare to refute. I will definitely take revenge for this. Luo Rongyuan left with Wn Luo's help. Array origin. Fang Chen called out to the latter. Luo Rongyuan's expression was ferocious. He reluctantly took out 1,000 array origin and threw it to Fang Chen. The entire square was silent. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. Fang Chen and Bai Wuzong looked at each other and smiled, then turned and left. The news of Fang Chen cutting off Luo Rongyuan's arm instantly spread. It caused a wave in the array formation faction. However, the leader of the array formation faction came out to speak in person, making Fang Chen retreat from the storm. The leader had already understood the cause and effect of the matter. Luo Rongyuan had only himself to blame for ending up like this. Moreover, the leader was more optimistic about Fang Chen. When he learned that the latter had reached 6-star after entering the Array Origin Tower, he was even more excited. He couldn't wait to pull Fang Chen into the Array Formation faction right now. What a pity. The leader of the Array Formation faction shook his head, somewhat regretful. Leader, although Fang Chen is in the Sword faction, he is still a disciple of the Ancient Eastern Alliance. He can come to the Array Formation faction at any time. Bai Wuzong smiled. At this time, Fang Chen, as the main character, had already returned to the Sword faction. Tomorrow was the day of his battle with Gu. Fang Chen had to be well prepared and defeat Gu with the force of a thunderbolt. So, as soon as he returned, he began to cultivate. Fang Chen took out the Array Origin and began to strengthen the array. After a few hours, all 1,000 Array Origin were consumed. At this time, the power of the array had increased significantly. Array Origin is really good stuff. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Then he took out the Array Origin he'd obtained from the Array Origin Tower. On the 6th floor of the tower, Fang Chen had only obtained 1 Array Origin. However, this was a high-purity array source. This one was equivalent to 10,000 ordinary Array Origin. Looking at the palm-sized Array Origin, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He could clearly feel that the Array Dao aura contained within this high-purity array source was extremely powerful. After using up this Array Origin's power, the array should be able to reach the peak of the 6th level, Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the following time, Fang Chen strengthened the Chaos Element killing array with ease. It wasn't until late afternoon that he finished. His forehead was beaded with sweat, and his clothes were soaked. After an afternoon of strengthening, he was tired and went to bed early. The next day, the sun had just risen over the horizon when the Sword faction began to bustle with activity. All the disciples knew that Gu, 10th on the Tianhua rankings, was going to fight Fang Chen today. At first, Gu wanted to fight in the arena. However, the leader of the Sword faction disagreed. In the end, it was changed to a normal fight. Whether it was Fang Chen or Gu, they were both outstanding disciples of the Ancient Eastern Alliance. The loss of either would be a great loss to the alliance. The leaders of the Sword faction and the Fist faction weren't the only ones to watch today's fight. Even the leader of the Gu alliance had come. In fact, a fight like this wouldn't attract the leader's attention. However, the Yuan elder suddenly wanted to watch, so he naturally had to accompany him. The square was already packed with people. All the disciples arrived at the square early in the morning. Not long after, the leaders of the Sword Dao sect and the Fist Dao sect arrived. When the Yuan elder arrived, he caused a small stir. Many ordinary disciples didn't know, but the higher-ups had a certain understanding of the 3 god clans. I didn't expect the leader of the Gu alliance to come. This fight is fascinating. Many of the Tianhua rankings are here to watch. Look, Sword Dance Red is here. She was wearing a red dress. She was as beautiful as ever. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of many martial artists. After the Yuan elder took his seat, the leader of the Gu alliance also sat on the platform. At this time, a disciple behind the Yuan elder saw Sword Dance Red. His eyes shone with golden light. What a beautiful woman! The Yuan clan disciple grinned. On the platform. Senior, you've seen enough fights like this, the leader of the Gu alliance said with a smile. In front of the Yuan elder, he was also a junior. I have nothing to do anyway, so I came to see if there are any talents on the old Hua Islands, the Yuan elder said. During this time, they had been looking for the original demon sword, but to no avail. The clan had already sent them a message, asking them to return as soon as possible. The clan had made a decision about the original demon sword. I'm just afraid that a fight like this won't catch your attention, the leader of the Gu alliance said with a smile. The Yuan elder didn't say anything else and closed his eyes. The plaza was bustling with noise. All the warriors were talking about it. The outstanding disciples of the Sword faction had also arrived. They were here to cheer for Fang Chen. Not long after, Gu arrived. Today, Yu was in high spirits and full of confidence. Even though he hid it well, the higher-ups on the platform still caught the trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Yu jumped onto the platform and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. Sensing the envious gazes from below the martial arts stage, Yu's lips curled up into a smile. He wanted everyone to remember Yu's name after this battle. Yu raised his head and glanced at the rostrum. Then, he said to himself, this battle must be beautiful. The Yuan elder was watching. If he performed well, he might be chosen by the elder. Once he was chosen, he would become a disciple of the God clan and have a bright future. Yu had only wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson, but now, he changed his mind. Chapter 1365. On the martial arts stage, Yu stood in high spirits. As the 10th disciple on the Tianhua leaderboard, his cultivation was earth-shattering. In the face of Fang Chen's provocation, Yu was naturally fearless. Moreover, the Yuan race elders were watching this battle. Yu thought that this was a good opportunity for him to rise to the top. He definitely couldn't miss this opportunity, or he would regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, in addition to teaching Fang Chen a lesson, he also wanted to make him his stepping stone. Yu stood quietly on the stage, full of battle intent. He was waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. Many warriors in the square were discussing. Many disciples of the Sword Path faction were arguing with the disciples of the Fist Technique faction. The disciples of the Fist Technique faction naturally believed that Yu could win. However, the disciples of the Sword Path faction firmly supported Fang Chen. In the row behind the rostrum, the two leaders were chatting happily. "Old man, who do you think will win?" the leader of the Fist Technique faction asked. The latter didn't hesitate and said directly, "Yu's strength can't be underestimated, but Fang Chen isn't bad either." The leader of the Fist Technique faction shook his head and said, "The only difference between Yu and Fang Chen is that he hasn't broken through to the extreme realm." Buzz. Just as everyone was discussing, there was suddenly a commotion in the square. Everyone on the rostrum looked over and saw that Fang Chen had arrived. Whoosh. Fang Chen pushed off with his toes and arrived on the martial arts practice platform. Seeing this, Yu looked at him coldly. "Where's the sword source?" Fang Chen asked as soon as he arrived. "Even now, you're still thinking about the sword source." Yu wanted to laugh. Fang Chen was actually thinking about the sword source. "I'm fighting with you for the sword source. Otherwise, why would I waste my time?" Fang Chen said. Yu's expression darkened. He wanted to get angry. However, when he thought of the Yuan race elders on the rostrum, he controlled himself. "Fang Chen, you're destined to be defeated by me in today's battle." Yu was using words to provoke Fang Chen. The latter spread his hands and smiled. "What's the point of this?" "Great," Yu said with a smile. Soon after, he waved his hand and clenched his fist tightly. The aura around his body was released. Bang Yu was the first to attack. He threw a punch at Fang Chen. His fist art was extremely tricky. It swept across the sky and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Not bad." Fang Chen nodded and threw out a punch. Their fists collided. The entire martial arts stage was trembling. The impact of the two fists was too powerful. The air was filled with energy that was being emitted. Seeing this, Alliance leader Hua waved his hand, and a powerful aura surged into the arena. In an instant, the martial arts stage was stabilized. Crack after the two fists collided, Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yu, on the other hand, remained motionless and did not retreat. Seeing this, Yu became even more arrogant. "Competing with me in fist techniques is truly laughable." Fang Chen steadied himself and looked up at Yu. In terms of pure strength, Yu was on par with him. However, Yu was a fist artist after all. His fist arts were more tricky and powerful. Fang Chen took out the red glass sword without hesitation. "Come on, let me see what you can do." Yu clenched his fists and punched them together. Suddenly, Yu's body flickered and many illusions appeared. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. Whoosh! Fang Chen used the Thunder Sword art. The Thunder Sword art was at the transcendent state. It was Fang Chen's most powerful attack so far. He waved the red glass sword and suddenly, 9 thick blade auras shot out from the tip of the sword. At the same time, a clap of thunder came from the sky. Then, lightning snakes appeared in the clear sky. The lightning snakes slithered and swooped down. The 9 lightning snakes slithered into the 9 blade auras. The blade auras contained the power of lightning and were very powerful. When the 9 blade auras were released, Fang Chen leaped up with the red glass sword in his hand and rushed toward Jiu. "You are courting death." Guyu let out a low growl as he clenched his fists tightly and displayed a domineering and fierce fist technique. Bang! His iron fist landed on the first blade aura. Crack! The blade aura shattered. Jiu was full of fighting spirit and punched out with both fists. Bang! 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 The remaining 8 blade auras were all hit by Jiu's fists. 7 of the blade auras were shattered. As for the last sword light, it forcefully blocked Jiu's fist and shot towards Jiu at high speed. Jiu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He quickly retreated. Fist of the Tyrant Dragon. Jiu roared and unleashed his trump card. The Fist of the Tyrant Dragon was a top-secret art. It was very powerful. If he reached the transcendent state, he could easily kill a martial artist of the same level with one punch. Jiu's body was surrounded by a golden aura. The golden aura turned into a golden dragon and circled around his fist. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Go! As Guyu roared, his golden dragon fist smashed into the last sword light. Buzz! The last sword light struggled with all its might, but it was still shattered in the end. Jiu sneered after destroying Fang Chen's attack. "What else can you do?" In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived in front of Jiu and stabbed out with the red glass sword. "You are courting death." Jiu sneered and punched the red glass sword. Bang! A powerful force came from the red glass sword and almost knocked Fang Chen out of his hand. He was also forced to retreat. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen raised his head and sized up the ancient jade. He was ranked 10th on the Tianhua roll. He was quite capable. Fang Chen thought that he could defeat Jiu without using the Chaos Element Killing Array. Now, it seemed that he had to use it. "Fang Chen, what else can you do?" Jiu asked. On the platform, the elder of the Yuan race looked on quietly. He didn't express his opinion. Alliance leader Jiu's eyes flashed. Fang Chen had broken through the pinnacle level and was a genius. However, he shouldn't be Jiu's match for now. In the square, Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong were the clearest. Fang Chen hadn't used his trump card yet, but he was already tied with Jiu. Once he used the Chaos Element Killing Array, Jiu would definitely lose. Too strong. A 5th level Heavenly Body Tier Cultivator could fight a 9th level Heavenly Body Tier Cultivator. This kind of monstrous talent shocked everyone. In fact, although Jiu was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Body Tier, his battle prowess was at most equivalent to a 7th level Heavenly Body Tier Cultivator in the Purgatory. And with Fang Chen's monstrous battle prowess, dealing with Jiu was still very easy. On the martial arts platform, Jiu forced Fang Chen back, a wild smile on his face. "If I'm not wrong, that sword technique just now should be your strongest attack, right?" Jiu said with a smile. Fang Chen shook his head. Then, he waved his hand, and the aura of a formation spread around him. Setting up a formation? Jiu had also heard that Fang Chen's attainments in array formations were very strong. At this moment, seeing Fang Chen set up a formation, he sneered and quickly punched out. He wanted to stop Fang Chen from setting up the formation. The roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. Jiu's fists instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Peng! Fang Chen punched out, blocking Jiu's attack. However, he also took a few steps back. In a flash, the Chaos Element Killing Array was set up. Jiu was about to attack when he suddenly felt that he was trapped in the formation. "How dare you try to trap me, Jiu, with a mere formation?" Jiu roared and punched out, trying to break the formation. Fang Chen controlled the Chaos Element Killing Array. Suddenly, the murderous aura of the killing array spread out. The strongest form of the chaos element killing array was completely activated. Gu was trapped in the primordial chaos killing array and was in a sorry state. On the rostrum, the Yuan clan elder was finally moved after seeing the chaos element killing array. Chaos element killing array. The Yuan clan elder looked at Fang Chen in surprise. From the sword technique just now, he could tell that this person was a monstrous sword prodigy. However, his attainment in formations was not inferior to his talent in swordsmanship. Monstrous. There were only a few geniuses who could be called monstrous by the Yuan clan elder. Fang Chen was one of them. I didn't expect the old Hua Islands to have such a genius. The elder of the Yuan family stared at Fang Chen. Alliance Master Jiyu Hua chuckled when he heard the Yuan clan elder's praise. Indeed, Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. Most importantly, Fang Chen was a genius who had broken through the extreme realm. The further he progressed, the more powerful he became. We must increase our efforts to nurture this person, Alliance Master Jiyu Hua thought. At this moment, the happiest person was the leader of the Sword Dao sect. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Fang Chen already had victory in his grasp. He had defeated Jiyu in front of so many people and entered the top 10 of the Tianhua rankings. As the leader, he was very proud. On the martial arts stage, Jiyu, who was trapped in the chaos element killing array, roared in anger. He attacked the formation with all his might, but he could not break it. Yesterday afternoon, Fang Chen had merged all the formation resources he had obtained into the chaos element killing array. Fang Chen had strengthened the chaos element killing array to the level of a top level 6 formation. Even the void cage formation, which was known as the strongest level 6 formation, was useless in front of the chaos element killing array. After all, the chaos element killing array had a strong foundation and was a level 7 formation. However, Fang Chen's level was too low, so he could not unleash the true power of the chaos element killing array. Boom! After an hour of battle, Alliance Master Jiyu Hua finally spoke. Let the battle end here. With that, he waved his hand and the chaos element killing array was removed. Jiyu, who had escaped, was like a wild horse. His aura surged as he charged towards Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Stop! The leader of the Fist Dao sect shouted, stopping Jiyu's attack. The battle is not over yet, Jiyu shouted, unwilling to give up. Jiyu, you're the 10th genius of the Tianhua rankings. Don't you have any self-awareness? The leader of the Fist Dao sect said coldly. You've disgraced the Fist Technique sect. Jiyu stared at Fang Chen with a ferocious expression after hearing what the leader of the Fist Technique faction said. Chapter 1366. What a joke. Formations are a part of my strength. Why can't I use them? Fang Chen retorted. Jiyu was speechless. In fact, he'd only said this because he was too angry to think straight. His heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. He secretly glanced at the rostrum from the corner of his eyes and found that the Yuan race elder and Alliance Master Jiyu Hua were both looking at Fang Chen. Damn it, this was supposed to be my treatment, but you ruined it. Jiyu glared at Fang Chen, his heart burning with anger. Fang Chen, this isn't over. After saying that, Jiyu didn't want to stay any longer. His figure flashed, and he hurriedly left. The battle ended just like that. Everyone in the plaza cried out in surprise. Fang Chen was too strong. Even Jiyu, 10th on the Tianhua ranking, couldn't do anything to him. Fang Chen wins this battle, an elder said. The Yuan clan elder nodded at Fang Chen in satisfaction, then stood up. Fang Chen, you're quite talented. The Yuan elder laughed. If he didn't know who he was, he wouldn't have connected him to the Yuan clan. You're very talented. Staying in the ancient East Alliance will only bury your talent. What the Yuan race elder said next made Alliance Master Jiyu Hua feel a little helpless. He wanted to poach him. Who could resist the temptation of the 3 god clans? Alliance Master Jiyu Hua knew that things were not going well, but he didn't dare to say anything. With his strength, challenging the Yuan clan would be like throwing an egg at a rock. I presume you've heard of the Yuan clan, the elder said. Fang Chen nodded. If you're willing, come with me to the Yuan clan. The elder looked at Fang Chen. Many cultivators were envious. The thing that all martial artists yearned for in their dreams actually landed on Fang Chen's head. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's decision. In fact, everyone had already guessed it. If he wasn't a fool, he would definitely choose the Yuan clan. In the face of the Yuan, Old East was nothing. Alliance leader Jiyu Hua had a helpless expression on his face, while the leader of the Sword Path sect had a gloomy expression on his face. Jian Wuhong's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chen. She didn't know why, but she had a vague feeling that Fang Chen would refuse. Fang Chen, why aren't you thanking them and joining the Yuan clan? Your future is limitless, said a Yuan clan disciple beside the elder. The Yuan clan was the leader of the 3 god clans. They were even stronger than the Spirit clan and the Luo clan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the #1 power in the god world. Old Eastern Alliance couldn't compare with the Yuan family's resources. However, Fang Chen would not agree. Fang Chen looked up at the Yuan elder. Everyone was watching Fang Chen's every move. Fang Chen clasped his hands and bowed to the Yuan elder. Clasped hands. I don't want to leave the Old Eastern Alliance. Crash. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Countless warriors stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Fang Chen had refused the Yuan clan's invitation. Not every martial artist was qualified to join the Yuan clan. What's more, this was an invitation from the Yuan clan's elder, and Fang Chen had refused. Many found it hard to believe. Even the leader of the Sword Path sect and the leader of the Sword Path sect were surprised. They'd thought Fang Chen would agree. Fang Chen, do you know what you're doing? The Yuan elder's expression changed. The Yuan clan is the leader of the 3 god clans. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that we're the #1 power in the god world. But I like my freedom, and I don't want to leave the Old Eastern Alliance. If I have the chance, I'll go to the Yuan clan, Fang Chen said. The Yuan elder flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. As for the Yuan race disciples, they glared at Fang Chen. Kid, you'll regret this. After saying that, the Yuan clan members all left. The leaders of the Old Eastern Alliance looked at each other. News that Fang Chen had refused the Yuan clan's invitation spread like wildfire. The disciples of many factions were astonished. When Jiyu heard the news, he gloated. Fang Chen, you've offended the Yuan clan. You'll die. Refusing the Yuan clan's invitation was a slap to their face. The people of the Yuan race definitely would not let him off. In fact, Jiyu was overthinking things. As one of the 3 god clans, the Yuan clan had their pride. A mere heavenly body realm martial artist wasn't enough for them to lower themselves and attack. Not long after the battle, the Yuan clan left. However, before he left, a disciple of the Yuan clan found Fang Chen. Fang Chen, years from now, you'll regret the decision you made today, the disciple said coldly. Enjoy the rest of your life. The Yuan clan disciple finished speaking and prepared to leave. Oh, right. Remember my name, Yuan Cha. Fang Chen didn't care at all about the Yuan clan disciple's humiliation. He had his reasons for not joining the Yuan clan. Just now, he'd asked Realm Lord Fu Mo through his communication jade pendant. When the latter learned of the Yuan clan's invitation, he'd ordered him not to join under any circumstances. Otherwise, he'd die. Although he didn't know what Realm Lord Fu Mo meant, Fang Chen knew he wouldn't harm him. Besides, Fang Chen didn't like the Yuan clan to begin with. He believed he wouldn't have anything to do with them in the future. After a moment's thought, Fang Chen smiled in relief. In a person's life, there must always be challenges. If one were to reach the heavens in a single step without any challenge, those days would definitely be dull and boring. Besides, even if he agreed to join the Yuan clan today, as one of the 3 god clans, there were bound to be as many geniuses as there were clouds. He wouldn't necessarily be valued. It was better to stay in the Old Eastern Alliance. After the matter, the leader of the Jiyu Hua Alliance and the leader of the Sword Path sect both came to Fang Chen. They chatted with Fang Chen for a long time, and expressed their intentions. Fang Chen would rather offend the Yuan clan than join them. They were very touched that Fang Chen had chosen to remain in the Old East. After all, there weren't many geniuses like Fang Chen in the Old Eastern Alliance. A few days after the Yuan clan's departure, the new Tianhua ranking was released. Jian Wuhong brought a copy for Fang Chen. "This is the latest Tianhua ranking information," she said. Fang Chen nodded in thanks and opened it. Jian Wuhong was still third on the Tianhua ranking. Although she'd received the Blue Lightning Emperor's legacy, the two freaks ahead of her were too strong. "Your ranking hasn't changed," Fang Chen said. Jian Wuhong nodded and explained. "First on the Tianhua ranking, Ku Shu is the first disciple of the Soul Cultivator sect. He's very strong and can kill without leaving a trace. If you fought him, you wouldn't even know how you lost." After hearing this, Fang Chen's heart shook. The first disciple of the Soul Cultivator sect. To be able to stand out in the Soul Cultivator sect, Ku Shu's cultivation must be very high. "If I have time, I'd like to see him," Fang Chen whispered. "Please don't," Jian Wuhong said hurriedly. "Ku Shu doesn't attack easily. If he does, he'll kill." "Oh, what a strange person," Fang Chen said with a smile. Ku Shu was a soul cultivator. Fang Chen was also a soul cultivator. After his soul became a primordial spirit, his soul cultivation level slowly increased. So far, he'd reached the peak of the 7th level. He was only one step away from the Grandmaster realm. In the vast universe, soul cultivators were very rare. Only by reaching the Master realm could one be considered to have truly entered the Master realm. Based on Fang Chen's guess, this withered tree had most likely reached the Zhongsha realm, making it a formidable opponent. However, Fang Chen was confident. He only needed one more step to reach the Grandmaster realm. Once he reached the Grandmaster realm, he wouldn't have to fear Ku Shu. After all, he had the 5 Thunder Trial Technique, a top soul cultivation secret technique. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen's eyes fell on the second on the Tianhua ranking. Fu Long, second on the Tianhua ranking, is a talisman master. At the same time, he's the only one in the top 10 who isn't a disciple of the Old East Alliance, Jian Wuhong explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Old Hua Islands were full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was no need to talk about the first-ranked Ku Shu. Who would have thought that the second-ranked Fu Long was actually a talisman master? Fang Chen knew a lot about talisman masters. This was an unpopular profession. In the outer universe, very few martial artists were willing to waste their time on talisman masters. Fu Long, on the other hand, was in the top 10 of the Tianhua ranking because of his status as a talisman master. Impressive. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Next, Fang Chen's eyes scanned the top 10 of the Tianhua ranking. His name was ranked at number 10. This time, the Tianhua ranking was updated. Other than Jiu, the other 9 people's positions had not changed. After all, under normal circumstances, there would be very few changes. Unless there was a huge breakthrough. The top 100 on the Tianhua ranking had jumped to 10th place. Once the Tianhua ranking was released, the entire Old Hua Islands was in an uproar. The 72 islands under the Old Hua Islands were also in an uproar. Scar Island. Princess Xin stood quietly on the peak of a mountain. She was holding the new Tianhua roll rankings in her hand. Her eyes were fixed on the 10th place. "I knew that no matter where you go, you'll be the center of attention." After hearing the news about Fang Chen, Princess Xin was very excited. Immediately, she decided to leave Scar Island and go to the Old Hua Islands. At the same time, in the Bai family on Qingyi Island. "Qing, come and take a look." The Bai family's patriarch looked at the Tianhua ranking and laughed. "Fang Chen is not simple. It hasn't been long, but he's already in 10th place," the Bai family's patriarch exclaimed. Hearing the news about Fang Chen, Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. "Qingqing, with your current ability, there's no point in staying on Qingyi Island. Why don't you?" The Bai family's patriarch didn't finish his sentence. But Bai Qingqing had already nodded. "Fang Chen is destined to be a top figure in the future. Get along well with him. Don't worry, The Bai family will support you. The Bai family's patriarch patted Bai Qingqing's head. Bai Qingqing's mind was filled with Fang Chen's image. Chapter 1367. 10th on the Tianhua list, 2nd in the Sword Dao faction. This was Fang Chen's honor. This battle shocked the world. Fang Chen's strength shocked everyone. Now, no one in the Sword Dao faction was a match for Fang Chen, save for Sword Dance Hong. If he was in the Formation faction, Fang Chen would definitely be the head disciple. Unfortunately, Fang Chen's ambitions did not lie here. In the following days, the Ancient East faction was abuzz with discussion about Fang Chen. Fang Chen, the star of the show, kept a low profile and went to Heavenspan Sword Mountain to cultivate. At the peak of Heavenspan Sword Mountain stood the Heavenspan Sword Terrace, the sword embryo suspended in the air. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, meditating on the sword's aura. Inside the stellar ruins, his doppelganger was on the right track in the Ancient East faction, ranking in the top 10 of the Tianhua list. It wouldn't be long before he could complete his mission. His real body, however, had run into some trouble in the stellar ruins. Trapped in the temporal island, he could only study the space-time strangulation. If he couldn't do it within a year, he would die. The bull-headed demonic beast was still sleeping. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. From the beginning, Fang Chen had been anxious, but now he was completely relaxed. Fang Chen had a thorough understanding of the space-time strangulation. This was a very profound secret technique. It would take time to comprehend it. Furthermore, it involved the true meaning of space-time. I need to speed up, Fang Chen muttered to himself. His real body closed his eyes and continued his meditation. Ancient East faction. Time passed. 3 months later, Fang Chen returned from the sword embryo, his face full of smiles. Others had a time limit if they wanted to cultivate in the sword embryo. But he didn't. This time, he'd been meditating for 3 months. Now that he'd left Heavenspan Sword Mountain, he'd gained a lot. Back in the courtyard, Fang Chen hurried to test the aura of the sword's aura he'd just comprehended. When he was in the Sword Heart Secret Realm, his original body had once obtained a vague Sword Dao aura left behind by the Azure Thunder Emperor. He had been unable to comprehend it for a long time, but after 3 months of cultivation in the sword embryo, he finally got what he wanted and comprehended it. With the red glass sword in hand, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a vague sword aura. Then, the blurry sword principal aura quickly disintegrated into dense sword chi. Swoosh! Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. While his body kept flashing, the red glass sword shot out streaks of strange sword light. Crack! Although Fang Chen did not use the power of the stars, the sword light from the red glass sword still blasted a large hole in the ground of the courtyard. Green Thunder Instant Kill Sword. There was only one sword move in the blurry sword Dao aura. The Blue Thunder Emperor had obtained this sword by chance when he was traveling the universe. He called it the Blue Thunder Instant Kill Sword. The reason for that was because this move was as fast as lightning. Under the same cultivation level, almost no one could block it. The power of this sword move is slightly stronger than the Thunderfall sword technique, Fang Chen thought to himself. This Blue Thunder Instant Kill Sword was the best move for a sneak attack. The true meaning of time and space was used together with the Blue Thunder Instant Kill Sword. It was really too perfect. Good guy. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. After comprehending the Blue Thunder Instant Kill Sword, his strength increased again. However, at his level, the improvement of his strength was very slow, unless his cultivation level broke through. However, it was extremely difficult to advance one level in the heavenly body tier. Fang Chen was not in a hurry. As long as he advanced to the 6th level of the heavenly body tier within a year, he would be able to obtain the Myriad Lightning Heaven Fusion technique. Time to comprehend the time and space strangulation technique. After thinking for a moment, he prepared to comprehend this secret technique. After all, he only had a year. If he could not comprehend it, his original body would definitely die. Just like that, Fang Chen entered seclusion. Time passed unknowingly. During this time, Bai Wuzong, Ku Shu, and Shu Tianjiao, who was 4th on the Tianhua roll, also entered seclusion. The three of them were sent to a secret base by the ancient East Alliance to undergo intensive training. This was because the three of them were all geniuses who had broken through to the pinnacle level. Compared to other cultivators, the three of them had greater potential. The third on the Tianhua roll was Zhen Wuhong. Although she had not broken through to the pinnacle level, she was able to suppress Xu Tianjiao. From this, one could see how strong Xu Tianjiao was. At first, he had wanted to add Fang Chen, but the latter was in seclusion and did not disturb him. 3 months later, Fang Chen came out of seclusion. He had some understanding of the time and space strangulation technique. As expected of the time and space strangulation technique. It's really profound. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. After 3 months, his original body and doppelganger comprehended together to comprehend some understanding. However, as long as there was some understanding, the rest of the time would be much easier. However, just as Fang Chen came out of seclusion, the leader of the Sword Dao sect came to find him. Fang Chen, you've come out of seclusion, the leader asked. Fang Chen nodded. You missed some things. The leader told Fang Chen about the 3 geniuses who had broken through to the limitier level and sent them to the secret base for training. Fang Chen shrugged. So what if he missed it? It was no big deal. I've come to find you because there's something important, the leader said. Fang Chen listened attentively. The leader continued, we've discovered the mutated tribe on the Savage Island. The old East Alliance has already sent disciples to the Savage Island. I'm here to inform you. You want me to go to the Savage Island? Fang Chen asked. The leader nodded. This is also a training for you. Hurry up and pack up. Go to the Savage Island as soon as possible. It didn't take long for Fang Chen to finish packing. There was a teleporter on the Skyflower Island that could send him directly to the Savage Island. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen arrived at the Savage Island. I wonder if the Savage Dragon is here, Fang Chen muttered to himself as he looked around at the Savage Island. The Savage Island was an island at the edge of the old Hua Islands. It was very desolate and lacked martial arts resources. However, the people here were very strong. The combat power of the martial artists was obviously much stronger than on other islands. In fact, the Savage Island was very famous on the old Hua Islands. However, all the martial artists who came from the Savage Island were extremely talented. Fang Chen arrived at the Savage Island and immediately gathered the disciples of the Old East Alliance. Elder Man, Fang Chen greeted. Elder Man was the leader of the team this time. He was an elder in the creation realm. The rest of the people were all disciples. Fang Chen, you're here. Elder Man was very happy to see Fang Chen. Other than Fang Chen, none of the top 10 disciples on the Tianhua rankings came. Fang Chen's arrival also gave Elder Man a lot of confidence in the mutated tribe. What's the situation? Fang Chen asked. There's a base of the mutated tribe on the Savage Island. In this base, there are 3 creation realm cultivators, and the rest are all heavenly body realm martial artists, Elder Man explained. Actually, with the power of the Old East Alliance, they could easily destroy the mutated tribe here. However, they didn't do so. They just wanted to train their disciples. What mutated tribe? Fang Chen asked. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe, Elder Man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe to be here. It seemed that the leader of the 4 Holy Son of the Purgatory, Wn Longzi, was a prodigy of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe has a very powerful innate mystical power. It can cause great damage to a martial artist's soul. Our disciples are weak, so they lose without a fight, Elder Man said. Fang Chen nodded. He had fought with Wn Longzi before, so he knew the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's methods. The battle was very fierce. The martial artists of the Savage Island suffered heavy casualties. Even the strongest martial artist of the Savage Island's younger generation, Man Long, was captured by the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe, Elder Man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face instantly darkened. Man Long was captured. Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Elder Man nodded and looked at Fang Chen with surprise. Man Long is my brother, Fang Chen explained. Elder Man suddenly understood. No wonder Fang Chen was so anxious when he heard Man Long's name. So that's why. Don't worry, Man Long's life isn't in danger for now. An elite of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe died here. They want to use Man Long's body to revive their ancestor, Elder Man said. Fang Chen clenched his fists, anger burning in his heart. Where's the battlefield? Fang Chen asked. The battlefield is on the Savage Plains. I'll go now. After Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure flashed and rapidly disappeared. Fang Chen felt a burst of anger in his heart. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe actually captured Man Long. The center of the Savage Island wasn't far from the Savage Plains. Fang Chen used 2 hours to arrive here. In the middle of the Savage Plains, there was a river that divided the plains into two. The disciples of the Old Eastern League occupied one side, and the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe occupied the other. Kill. At a certain moment, the disciples of the Old Eastern League roared and rushed to the other side of the river, fighting with the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. Poochie, in the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's innate mystical powers were very powerful. Some disciples with weak souls couldn't stop them at all. In the short time that Fang Chen arrived, more than a dozen disciples had died. Whoosh! Fang Chen was filled with anger. He leaped and arrived at the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's territory. On the battlefield, Heavenly Body Tier martial artists fought. Creation Tier elites wouldn't easily interfere. Otherwise, it would lead to a final battle. Kill. Fang Chen held the red glass sword and used the green thunder instant kill sword. Wherever the red glass sword passed, the members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe were instantly killed. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen killed more than a dozen members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. At this moment, the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe finally noticed Fang Chen. Kill him for me. A commander at the 9th level of the Heavenly Body Tier roared loudly. Instantly, more than 20 members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe surrounded Fang Chen in the center. They all used their innate mystical powers. In the sky above their heads, a void flood dragon appeared. The flood dragon opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying sound wave attack instantly whistled over. Too weak. If he was in soul form, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Seaok Pavilion, however, Fang Chen's origin spirit was becoming stronger and stronger. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's innate mystical powers were useless against him. Kill. Holding the red glass sword, he charged into the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. Poochie, Fang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. A large number of members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe fell to the ground unwillingly. Kill him. Chapter 1368. The more Fang Chen fought, the more courageous he became. The red glass sword was like a red light that claimed lives, causing the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe to be defeated. Retreat. Finally, the leader of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe gave the order. Rumble. A large number of 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe members retreated, wanting to return to their base camp. After all, there were 3 Creation Realm experts guarding the base camp, so it was relatively safe. Poochie, the human, took the opportunity to chase after them, causing the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe to be in a sorry state. This battle was won with sweat dripping down their backs. After the battle, everyone returned to the other side of the river. The disciples of the Old East Alliance all greeted Fang Chen. Senior Brother Fang Chen, you're so brave. Ha ha ha, as expected of Senior Brother Fang Chen, you're so powerful. With Senior Brother Fang Chen, we'll definitely win. Many disciples' faces were filled with smiles. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's base camp. The 3 Creation Realm experts' faces were gloomy. How much time do we have to finish? One of them asked. That human didn't cooperate, so it's difficult to carry out the plan, another said. The leader of the Creation Realm experts' face was gloomy, and he said coldly, a human appeared on the battlefield today, and he's very strong. He started to massacre our 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. It was a complete defeat. Ever since the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe and the human race fought on the Savage Island, they had never been defeated like this. And this time, it was because of a human. Let the 10,000 Demon Son do it, the Creation Realm expert said. The leader of the creation realm experts nodded. No matter what, we have to kill that human martial artist. Then, the creation realm expert who had spoken earlier went to give the order. The leader of the creation realm experts personally went to the secret underground room. The secret room was dark, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. There was only one person in the secret room, and he was Man Long. At this moment, Man Long was covered in injuries. After being captured by the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe, he had been resisting. Creak, the door opened, and a ray of sunlight shone in. Human, if you cooperate with our plan, you still have a chance to live, the leader of the creation realm experts said in a deep voice. In your dreams, Man Long said. Courting death. The leader of the blessed realm clansmen stretched out his hand and grabbed the savage dragon's arm. With just a little bit of force, the savage dragon let out a miserable cry. A moment later, the Torvosaurus fainted. Bring him over, said the leader of the blessed realm commanders. The arrival of Fang Chen on Savage Island greatly increased the morale of the cultivators. Especially in this battle, the victory was too easy. There were almost no losses. Elder Man was very happy. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim. With Fang Chen's ability, even if he did not use the array, it would not be a problem for him to be ranked 10th on the Tianhua roll. After the war, Fang Chen found Elder Man, Fang Chen called out. Fang Chen, your performance today was outstanding. Elder Man praised. Fang Chen nodded, and then he asked, Elder Man, do you know about the 3 creation realm experts of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan? Elder Man was slightly puzzled, but he still asked. Of the 3 creation realm experts of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, 2 of them are on par with me. That commander is slightly stronger, Elder Man said. Fang Chen thought for a moment, and then said, Elder Man, I have a plan. The next day, the human cultivators entered the battlefield first, and challenged the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. And the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan also accepted the challenge. The people of the 2 clans entered the battlefield one after another. Fang Chen stood at the front of the human cultivators, and stared at the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan disciples. And in the area of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, many clansmen opened up a path, and a black-robed clansman with an evil aura walked out. Brat, remember my name, Wan Mosey. Because you will die in my hands. Wan Mosey was the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan on Savage Island. This time, he was sent out to fight to deal with Fang Chen. Hearing Wan Mosey's name, Fang Chen grinned, and said, when I was at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier, I killed a guy called Wan Longzi. Do you know him? Wan Longzi was killed by you. Hearing this, Wan Mosey's expression became completely gloomy. I'm going to tear you into pieces. A crazy aura surged around Wan Mosey, and then he attacked Fang Chen with lightning speed. In the entire battlefield, the humans and the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan did not move. They were waiting for the outcome of the battle. Rumble. Wan Mosey used his innate mystical power, and the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. A flood dragon will always be a flood dragon, and will never become a true dragon. Fang Chen sneered, and activated his origin spirit. His divine sense surrounded his body, and easily blocked Wan Mosey's innate mystical power attack. Then, the red glass sword was unsheathed. Shio. A red light, like a life harvester, streaked across the sky, and whistled. You're courting death. Wan Mosey was furious. He clenched his fists, and suddenly punched at the red light in the sky. Peng! The two collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Immediately, a dazzling sword light burst out from the red light, and pierced into Wan Mosey's fist. Damn it! Wan Mosey roared angrily, shattered the sword light, and charged at Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space, and dodged continuously. Wan Mosey could not touch Fang Chen's body at all. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. A few minutes later, Fang Chen finally stopped dodging, and his true body was revealed. Not dodging anymore. Wan Mosey sneered. You can die in peace, Fang Chen said with a smile. As soon as he said this, a ripple appeared behind him. Immediately, a large hand appeared out of thin air, and pressed down. In a flash, the large hand directly suppressed Wan Mosey. Stop! At the same time, a furious roar came from the sky above the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Koala, a creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, rushed over. However, he was still too late. Elder Man had already attacked and killed Wan Mosey. Seeing Wan Mosey die, the creation realm martial artist's eyes turned scarlet, and he was very angry. You broke the rules. The manifestation stage practitioner roared loudly. Soon after, he no longer thought about anything else and forcefully attacked. Fang Chen and Elder Man looked at each other, and then quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the aura of a formation filled his body. Koala. Dots of light flickered, and a formation instantly appeared on the battlefield. Buzz. The two creation realm martial artists were surrounded by the chaos element killing formation. Fang Chen controlled the killing formation to help Elder Man deal with the creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. In fact, the reason why Fang Chen dodged just now was to secretly set up the formation. This was what he had discussed with Elder Man in advance. They would kill a creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan with lightning speed. Rumble. The battle was extremely fierce. The two creation realm martial artists fought in the chaos element killing formation. The chaos element killing formation was on the verge of shattering. It only lasted for a minute before completely collapsing. However, in a battle between experts, every second mattered. This little bit of time was enough for Elder Man bang. When the chaos element killing formation collapsed, Elder Man sent the creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan flying with a punch. Then, he quickly killed him. Roar. Everyone in the human clan's area cheered. In the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's area, many people's expressions changed drastically, and they retreated immediately. In this battle, the human clan completely defeated the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan and even killed a creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Ha ha ha. Elder Man was also very happy. He patted Fang Chen's shoulder heavily, and he was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. Fang Chen, you're really sinister, Elder Man said with a smile. Fang Chen's gaze passed through the battlefield and looked at the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's base camp. He had been worried about too long, and he was very anxious. The defeat of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan and the death of a creation realm martial artist made the other two creation realm martial artists in the base camp very angry. However, there was nothing they could do. The creation realm leader was carrying out his plan and had reached the most critical moment. He could not be distracted. Second brother, you lead the clan members to resist the attack of the human clan, the creation realm leader said in a deep voice. Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely kill the human clan. The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan was actively preparing for war. In fact, for them, as long as they could hold on until their ancestor was resurrected, it would be considered a success. However, the human clan did not dare to let down their guard. At night, Fang Chen and Elder Man were still discussing countermeasures. The chaos element killing formation would definitely not be effective in the next battle. This time, it had an unexpected effect and killed the creation realm martial artist from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Night fell, and waves surged on the void ocean. The moonlight shone on the surface of the void ocean, and one could see the sparkling waves. Suddenly, a Starfield flying ship flew over quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was near the barbarian island. Then, a man and a woman walked down from the Starfield flying ship. If Fang Chen were here, he would recognize them as Tai Izuan and Murong Bing. I hope the barbaric dragon is all right. Tai Izuan's face was gloomy as he put away the Starfield flying ship. The old Eastern Alliance has already sent their disciples. I believe the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan won't dare act rashly. Murong Bing's voice was magnetic. In the past few years, she had become more and more beautiful. She was a living example of a beauty. If Murong Bing had joined the old Eastern Alliance, the world would have known. However, she had joined the demon-subduing world and kept a low profile. No one knew. This time, They had heard that the other clans had appeared on the barbarian island. They knew the barbaric dragon was on the barbarian island, so they quickly came to help. Crash. The sea breeze was strong at night, blowing the waves onto the beach. 88 Omarong Bing and Tai Izuan walked side by side, quickly disappearing into the darkness. After they disappeared, the waves on the void ocean gradually calmed down. Then, a ferocious creature poked its head out of the void ocean. Its eyes as big as gongs looked in the direction the two had disappeared. Then, it walked to the shore. Its body was covered with scales. It was a very special creature. It had 2 horns on its head and a very long beard. Its entire body exuded a terrifying aura. Its feet were huge, and wherever they went, the flowers and grass withered. Chapter 1369. After a night of discussion, Fang Chen and Elder Man came up with a plan. Originally, the Old East's plan was to let the younger generation train. However, Fang Chen's heart was burning with anxiety because of Torvosaurus' capture. He couldn't wait to save Torvosaurus. If he wanted to rescue the barbaric dragon, then the only way was to kill the remaining 2 Creation Realm experts of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. The night was dark, and the barbarian island was especially desolate. Some shadows suddenly appeared on the battlefield that had been deathly silent. Upon closer inspection, these shadows were members of the 10,000 Flood Dragons. The second elder of the 10,000 Flood Dragons was leading a group of people to ambush the humans. "Let's go," the 10,000 Flood Dragons said in a low voice. At the same time, Murong Bing and Tai Izuan, who were 1,000 miles away, felt the ripples of energy. The two of them hurried forward, and soon arrived at the battlefield. Instantly, he discovered the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's clansmen. "It's the 10,000 Flood Dragons," Tai Izuan said in a low voice. He looked at Murong Bing, about to attack. However, she was stopped by Murong Bing. "The 10,000 Flood Dragons are ambushing us at night. We can use this chance to destroy their headquarters," Murong Bing said after a moment. Tai Izuan nodded, and the two of them disappeared into the darkness. However, not long after they left, a large shadow appeared. After this black shadow appeared, it immediately went on a killing spree. "Not good." Suddenly, a 10,000 Flood Dragon shouted. "Poochie." Blood mist filled the air. The night was dark, but the terrifying smell of blood could still be felt. By the time the leader of the 10,000 Flood Dragons discovered it, it was already too late. A ferocious-looking beast whizzed through the air. "Die." Then, it attacked. Murong Bing and Tai Izuan didn't know that not long after they left, the 10,000 Flood Dragons were all wiped out. Before long, they arrived at the 10,000 Flood Dragons headquarters. "They've hidden themselves well," Tai Izuan said. "Let's go in and take a look." The two of them entered the underground palace. Tai Izuan took out a match and lit it. It lit up the entire palace. "It seems the 10,000 Flood Dragons have all left," Tai Izuan said after looking around. He didn't see any 10,000 Flood Dragons. "Let's go over there and have a look." Murong Bing found a strange door and walked to it. Murong Bing put her hand on the door and tried to push it open. However, what surprised her was that the door was extremely heavy. Even with her strength, she was unable to push it open. What happened? Tai Izuan noticed that something was amiss and came over to help. "Damn it, there seems to be a restriction on this door." Tai Izuan tried to push the door twice, but it was too heavy and he couldn't push it open. "Let me try." Tai Izuan took out his iron sword and unleashed his strongest attack. Swoosh! A vast sword light shot out from the iron sword and hit the door. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the door. Seeing this, Murong Bing reached out to push the door. Creak! When the door opened, Murong Bing and Tai Izuan were enraged by the scene that greeted them. Behind the door was an empty room. In this room, there was a small altar. On top of the black altar, there was a skeleton. The barbaric dragon's body was shackled beside the skeleton, and the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's creation stage expert sat beside him. "Barbaric dragon!" Tai Izuan roared when he saw the dispirited barbaric dragon. "Wait!" Murong Bing stopped Tai Izuan, not allowing him to act rashly. "I want to save barbaric dragon," Tai Izuan said in a deep voice. Did you notice that 10,000 Flood Dragon clan member? Tai Izuan nodded when he heard Murong Bing's question. That 10,000 Flood Dragon clan member was a creation stage expert. He seemed to be doing something and couldn't move. Don't act rashly. You must ensure that barbaric dragon is not injured, Murong Bing said. Tai Izuan observed carefully. There was a layer of ripples around barbaric dragon's body, and this layer of ripples was connected to the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan member. The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Damned humans, how dare you trespass into my 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's territory? You're dead." At the same time, Barbaric Dragon also opened his eyes. "Run!" Barbaric Dragon roared with all his might. "No, we can't leave you behind," Tai Izuan shouted. "Die, humans." The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader resurrected Ancestor Yuan while attacking Tai Izuan and Murong Bing. The seemingly terrifying attack landed on the two of them, but it was actually easily neutralized by them. "Ha ha ha, I know. You can't use your full strength." Tai Izuan instantly understood and laughed wildly. Then, he leaped up and arrived on the black altar. His foot landed on the blessed realm elite. Bang! Just as he guessed, the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader couldn't move at all during the crucial moment of resurrection. With a bang, his body was sent flying. At the same time, the ripples around Barbaric Dragon quickly disappeared. A wisp of primordial spirit light floated out of the skeleton with great difficulty, but it quickly returned to the skeleton at this moment. "Ah!" The creation stage expert of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan roared at the sky. He was furious. However, Murong Bing's hands moved quickly. She arrived on the black altar and grabbed the skeleton's head. "If you dare to act rashly, I'll destroy it," Murong Bing said coldly. "No." The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader's eyes were filled with fear. "Let's go." Barbaric Dragon and the other two retreated unscathed. When the three of them left the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's headquarters, Murong Bing threw the skeleton into the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's palace. Instantly, the three of them disappeared into the darkness. The creation stage expert of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan had his plan ruined by the two of them. He suffered a backlash and was severely injured. In addition, he was worried that the primordial spirit in the skeleton would collapse, so he didn't chase after them. "Damn humans, I won't let you go," the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader roared. Early the next morning, a piece of news caused a huge uproar. All the members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan on the Savage Plains had died tragically. As soon as they received the news, Fang Chen, Elder Man, and the others quickly rushed over. After checking the corpses, their expressions were grave. Looking at the corpses of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan martial artists, they should have been bitten by teeth. Who did it? Elder Man was very confused. At the side, the Savage Island master frowned and said, "There shouldn't be any hidden creation stage experts on our Savage Island. Moreover, looking at their wounds, they should have been bitten by teeth. Could it be some creation stage demonic beast?" Fang Chen asked. This matter was too strange. In just one night, even a manifestation realm elite had died tragically. Who was the culprit? However, at this moment, someone noticed that a creation stage expert was missing. "The leader of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan isn't here," Elder Man said in a deep voice. The matter was becoming more and more confusing. "Let's go to the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's headquarters to take a look." Elder Man's figure flashed, and he led the group to the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan's headquarters. At this moment, the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader was still waiting for his second brother to return. Whoosh whoosh. "My second brother is back." The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader felt the fluctuation of aura and smiled. But soon, his expression became grave. This was the aura of a human. "Not good." The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader exclaimed. At this moment, Elder Man and the others arrived. The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader's expression was gloomy. "Hand over the dragon." Although they didn't know how the other members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan died, the most important thing right now was to save the dragon. "You still dare to come and ask for him? Last night, if you didn't ruin my plan, my ancestor would have been revived. The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader's face was ferocious as he roared in anger. Then, he attacked at lightning speed. Fang Chen and Elder Man looked at each other, and then attacked together. Whoosh! Fang Chen set up the Chaos Origin killing formation, and Elder Man entered the formation and fought with the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader. The Savage Island Master also joined the battle. Originally, the difference between Elder Man and the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader wasn't that big. Because of the backlash yesterday, the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader was heavily injured, and now he was being suppressed by Elder Man. After a while, the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader was defeated. Poochie. Elder Man broke one of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader's arms with a punch. Let him live, Fang Chen said. Elder Man stopped attacking. The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader was covered in blood and looked ferocious. Speak, what's going on? Asked Fang Chen. You humans are too despicable, said the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader coldly. Then, his aura rippled around him. Not good. Fang Chen cried out. Without another word, he set up the Chaos Origin killing formation, trapping the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader within. Dong. The underground palace was greatly shaken, and it instantly collapsed. Retreat! Roared Elder Man, and he quickly led everyone to retreat. The 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader's self-detonation was too powerful, and many martial artists were injured. But fortunately, the Chaos Origin killing formation blocked some of the power. Crack! The Chaos Origin killing formation couldn't withstand the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan leader's self-detonation, and it instantly shattered. As for Fang Chen, he was also sent flying, and he was instantly crushed by a large boulder. Rumble! The shaking continued for a minute. Elder Man and the others who had retreated outside had grave expressions. Fang Chen still hasn't come out, shouted a disciple. Find him, ordered Elder Man. Everyone moved the boulder away and looked for Fang Chen. Fang Chen was one of the Old East Alliance's most important disciples, and he was in the top 10 of the Tianhua ranking. His potential was unparalleled. If Fang Chen died, it would be a great loss to the Old East Alliance. Senior Fang Chen is here. After searching for a while, a disciple shouted in surprise. Elder Man was the first to arrive. He used all his strength to move the boulder on Fang Chen's body, and rescued Fang Chen. Fang Chen's body was battered and exhausted, and his wounds were bleeding. His aura was weak, and his face was pale. I'm fine, Fang Chen opened his eyes and said weakly. That's good. Chapter 1370. Fang Chen's injuries were very serious, and he needed to be treated. Elder Man didn't dare to delay, and he quickly sent Fang Chen back to the City Lord's residence at the core of Savage Island. The other disciples began to wipe out the members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe. They had to kill all of them, and couldn't leave any survivors. The 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe, which had been confronting each other before, suffered heavy casualties overnight. Even their last leader self-detonated. The chaos on Savage Island could be considered to have been resolved. However, the process was a little strange. In the City Lord's residence, Elder Man's expression was serious as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. Beside him stood the Savage Island Master. The Savage Island Master's cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly body tier. He was a member of the ancient Eastern Alliance. Because of his limited talent, he was almost unable to improve, so he was sent to Savage Island to be the Island Master and lead Savage Island. What's going on? Elder Man was very puzzled as he muttered to himself. He suspected that someone was secretly helping. However, if it was a human cultivator, why would there be bite marks on the bodies of the dead members of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe? Elder Man seeing Elder Man pacing back and forth, the Savage Island Master pondered for a moment and then spoke. Yes. I have a guess. The Savage Island Master looked at Elder Man and said. What guess? Elder Man asked curiously. A serious expression appeared on the Savage Island Master's face. Then, he looked up at the blue sky and sank into his memories. There's always been a legend on my Savage Island. In the void ocean near Savage Island, there's an extremely powerful sea demon. It's said that every 10,000 years, This sea demon will leave the void ocean and come to the desolate island to hunt for food. Sea demon. Elder Man's expression changed drastically when he heard this. What's going on? Actually, the Savage Island master didn't know the specific situation. After all, he had only been on Savage Island for a few hundred years. A long, long time ago, this legend had been circulating on Savage Island. However, as time passed, no one had ever encountered this sea demon. Human ancient martial art practitioners gradually forgot this legend. Recalling the scene of the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's death, the Savage Island master thought of this legend. My guess is that the legend is probably true. The sea demons of the void ocean have appeared, the Savage Island master said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Elder Man's face turned grave. Is there any record of this in Savage Island? Elder Man asked. Yes. As he spoke, the Savage Island master led Elder Man into the library of the City Lord's mansion. In a luxurious palace, Fang Chen was resting on a bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Whoosh! After a period of recuperation, his injuries were slightly better. However, he still hadn't fully recovered. The recovery ability of the doppelganger is far inferior to that of the main body, Fang Chen muttered to himself. The main body had a golden heart, and its recovery ability was astonishing. His clone, on the other hand, didn't have one, so his recovery ability was a little weaker. Fang Chen stretched his body, got off the bed, and went to the courtyard. The self-detonation power of a Blessed Realm expert was too powerful. Fortunately, the perfect sword body protected his body in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just as he sat in the courtyard, Fang Chen's ears suddenly twitched, and he turned to look at a hidden place. Who is it? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, 3 figures walked out from the shadows in a single file. It's you, Fang Chen exclaimed when he saw the 3 of them. They were none other than Tai Izuan, Murong Bing, and the weak savage dragon. Senior brother Fang Chen, how have you been? Tai Izuan smiled. Why are you here? Fang Chen asked curiously. We heard that Savage Dragon was in danger, so we hurried over, said Murong Bing. So you were the ones who killed the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Tai Izuan and Murong Bing shook their heads. Clearly, they had also received the news. Senior brother Fang Chen, that night, when we saw the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's entire tribe move out, we thought of a plan to secretly destroy their headquarters. When we went to the main camp, we found the Torvosaurus and saved it. After that, we left. Yes, the one who killed the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe's people was someone else. Hearing that, Fang Chen became even more puzzled. Could it be that there's an expert secretly helping him? Fang Chen frowned and muttered to himself. But even after thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen still couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He smiled excitedly and supported Savage Dragon. It's good that you're fine. Many thanks, senior brother Fang Chen, said the weak Savage Dragon softly. Why are you being so courteous with me? Fang Chen laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. Senior brother Fang Chen, Savage Dragon's body is heavily injured, and his soul is heavily injured. He needs treatment, said Tai Izuan. Only then did Fang Chen notice Torvosaurus's injuries. Then his divine sense spread out to examine Savage Dragon's body. A moment later, Fang Chen sucked in a cold breath. Savage Dragon's injuries weren't just heavy. He was practically on his last breath. His soul had been heavily injured, and cracks had already appeared on it. It was on the verge of rotting. To a martial artist, what did the soul represent? Everyone present was clear on this. Fang Chen's expression was incomparably grave. Don't worry, Savage Dragon. I'll definitely think of a way to save you. Fang Chen heavily patted Savage Dragon's shoulder. Senior brother Fang Chen, Savage Dragon shook his head. As long as I can live to see you, that's enough. After Fang Chen and the others helped Savage Dragon settle down, Elder Man and the Savage Island Master also arrived. Elder Man's expression was grave. He had come in a hurry. Fang Chen, Elder Man said directly upon seeing him. Elder Man, I was just about to look for you. Savage Dragon has already returned, Fang Chen said with a smile. Then, he introduced Murong Bing and Tai Izuan to Elder Man. The Savage Island Master was very excited to see Savage Dragon return. As for Elder Man, he informed Fang Chen of his discovery. What is the black scale dragon fish? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily after hearing Elder Man's words. Although he didn't know what kind of sea monster the black scale dragonfish was. But after hearing Elder Man's description, he realized the importance of this matter. The black scale dragonfish is a powerful sea monster in the nearby void ocean. Every 10,000 years, it will come out to Savage Island to look for prey. Fang Chen was shocked. After recalling the injuries on the 10,000 Flood Dragon tribe members, he sucked in a cold breath. The black-scale dragonfish could even kill a Creation Realm cultivator. It must be very powerful. If it's really the black-scale dragonfish, then Savage Island will be in great danger, Fang Chen said in a low voice. I've already reported this matter to the Old East Alliance. The Alliance leader will send experts here soon, Elder Man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Old East Alliance's experts came, even if the black-scale dragonfish was powerful, they would have nothing to fear. Right now, the most important thing was Savage Dragon's injury. Savage Dragon's soul is about to shatter. His life is in danger. The Savage Island Master's face was gloomy as he walked to Elder Man's side. If we want to heal Savage Dragon's soul, we must find a Soul Grandmaster. Otherwise, it will be useless, Elder Man said. Soul cultivators were rare, and Soul Grandmasters were even rarer. Even the Old East Alliance didn't have a Soul Grandmaster. It was very difficult to find a Soul Grandmaster in the Old Hua Islands. Moreover, even if they did find one, they might not be willing to help. Is there no other way? Fang Chen asked. The Savage Island Master frowned. After thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and said, there's a certain kind of herb in Savage Island that might be able to save Savage Dragon's life. What kind of herb? Fang Chen was very curious that there was such a herb in the world. Soul Nirvana flower, Savage Island Master said. Hearing this, Elder Man and Fang Chen were both shocked. Soul Nirvana flower was a herb that only existed in legends. Savage Island actually had it. Even a Creation Realm elite would not be able to find the Soul Narrows flower. Even Life and Death Realm emperors were attracted to Soul Nirvana flowers. However, Savage Island Master paused for a moment, then continued, Barbarian God Forbidden Ground is extremely dangerous. Since ancient times, no one has ever come out alive. It's said that even Life and Death Realm experts would lose themselves inside. Hearing this, Fang Chen was speechless. Barbarian God Forbidden Ground is that dangerous? Fang Chen asked. Savage Island Master nodded. Barbarian God Forbidden Ground has existed since ancient times. It was born at the same time as Savage Island. It's said that the barbarian god of my Savage Island cultivated there. It's extremely dangerous inside. Once the strong entered, they would face even more dangerous situations. As for the weak, they'll face weaker opponents. Hearing Savage Island Master's words, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Was Barbarian God Forbidden Ground really the barbarian god of Savage Island's Barbarian God Forbidden Ground? Even Life and Death Realm emperors could lose themselves inside. It was too frightening. However, it said that 10,000 years ago, there was a weak martial artist who accidentally entered there. In the end, after going through untold hardships, he actually came out. Savage Island Master continued, it's a pity that his memories of Barbarian God Forbidden Ground disappeared for no reason. Some Life and Death Realm emperors from Old Flower Islands had also come here, but they all left in the end. From then on, Barbarian God Forbidden Ground was listed as a first-grade forbidden ground. My Savage Island's martial artists would pale at the mere mention of it. Is there really a Soul Nirvana flower in Barbarian God Forbidden Ground? Fang Chen asked. Savage Island Master heavily nodded. Someone once saw the Soul Nirvana flower blossom, and can confirm that there really is a Soul Nirvana flower inside. Fang Chen turned his head and glanced at the weakened dragon. After pondering for a long time, he made a decision. I want to enter Barbarian God Forbidden Ground. Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, you can't. Elder Man and Savage Island Master both tried to dissuade him. Island Master also said that someone once came out 10,000 years ago. In that case, it'll be easier for the weaker ones to come out. Fang Chen smiled. In fact, there was one thing that Fang Chen didn't say. Even if his clone was lost, his main body would still be outside. As for the dragon, once it died, its body and Tao would disappear. Chapter 1371. Ever since they joined the demon-subduing boundary, Man Long had a good relationship with Fang Chen. He couldn't just watch Man Long die like this. Fang Chen, don't risk your life for me. Man Long didn't call him senior brother in front of the Savage Island Lord and Elder Man. He walked in front of Man Long and stared at him. There are many things to do in a person's life. Finding the soul-dissolving flower for you is one of them, Fang Chen said softly. We'll go too, Murong Bing and Tai Yizun said. They were all from the demon-subduing boundary. They couldn't let Fang Chen go alone. I'll go myself, Fang Chen said in a low voice. He was just a clone. It wouldn't matter if he lost it. Murong Bing was different from Man Long, but Tai Yizun still wanted to say something. However, Fang Chen shook his head. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Tai Yizun opened his mouth and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. Murong Bing looked at Fang Chen in confusion. Fang Chen, are you really going to enter the barbarian god forbidden ground? Elder Man asked. Fang Chen nodded. He had made up his mind. No one could stop him. Seeing this, Elder Man sighed and said, I won't say anything unnecessary. Your potential is obvious to all. Perhaps this trip to the god of barbarians' forbidden ground will bring you luck. Be careful, Elder Man said. The disciples of the ancient Eastern Alliance grew up through life and death situations. Although Fang Chen was going to enter the barbarian god forbidden ground, it was extremely dangerous. However, Elder Man still agreed. This was his own choice. Do you have any information about the barbarian god forbidden ground? Fang Chen asked. The Savage Island Lord shook his head. The barbarian god forbidden ground was too mysterious. There was no information about it. So he couldn't do anything. Fang Chen, whether you find the soul-dissolving flower or not, you'll be an important guest of the Savage Island in the future, the Savage Island Lord said. Man Long was the future of the Savage Island. He was the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation. The barbaric island master even intended to let Barbarian Dragon inherit his mantle and become the next barbaric island master. Therefore, the barbaric dragon was of great significance to Savage Island. As for Fang Chen, he was willing to take the risk and enter the barbarian god dangerous ground. He was the savior of Savage Island. Barbaric Dragon is my brother. No matter what, I won't give up on him. Fang Chen said solemnly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Torvosaurus was very touched. If I, the barbaric dragon, can survive this calamity, my life will be yours in the future. The barbaric dragon said. Fang Chen gently patted Torvosaurus's shoulder to comfort him. The god of barbarians' forbidden ground is very dangerous. If you want to enter, you should be careful. How about 3 days? After 3 days, we will personally send you into the barbarian god danger ground. The Savage Island Master said. Fang Chen nodded. The Savage Island Master left with Elder Man. Only the 4 of them were left in the courtyard. Is it worth it? The atmosphere was heavy. The barbaric dragon was the first to break the silence. It's not about whether it's worth it or not. You're my brother. I'm willing to put myself in danger for you, Fang Chen said. Besides, didn't someone come out of the barbarian god danger ground before? Tai Yizun and Murong Bing's expressions were solemn. Although Fang Chen said it casually, they could feel the pressure in the air. If you can't come out, I, Tai Yizun, swear that I will uproot the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Count me in, Murong Bing said. Fang Chen's heart warmed when he heard this. 1 day later, the experts of the Ancient East Alliance arrived. There were 10 people in total. 9 of them were ordinary creation realm experts. The last one was a half-step life and death realm expert. In the old Hua Islands, he was second only to the Alliance Master. Of course, this was only on the surface. There were also many life and death realm experts who lived in seclusion. No one knew who they were. Only the ancient East Alliance could send out such a grand team. When these experts arrived, they started a carpet search for the black scale dragonfish. However, they were puzzled. After searching for 2 days, there was no sign of the fish. It was as if the black scale dragonfish had disappeared from the world. On this day, the experts stopped searching. This was because Fang Chen wanted to enter the barbarian god danger ground, so they personally escorted him. In the far west of the barbaric island, there was a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. The mountain was surrounded by fog all year round. The area 10,000 li around the mountain was empty. This was the forbidden area of the barbaric island. Normally, no one would enter this place. The experts escorted Fang Chen into the forbidden area until they arrived at the mountain peak. What a strange aura. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the more serious their expressions became. Everyone present was a creation realm expert. However, they still felt a trace of discomfort. As expected of the barbarian god danger ground, the half-step life and death realm expert sighed. His pitch-black eyes looked up at the mountain peak. The space there seemed to be distorted. Fang Chen, the barbarian god danger ground is not to be underestimated. Be careful. The half-step life and death realm expert said. The ancient East Alliance did not have much information about the barbarian god danger ground. The creation realm experts felt a trace of fear in their hearts. At the same time, they secretly admired Fang Chen. If they were in Fang Chen's position, they would not have Fang Chen's courage. Elders, I'm going in. Fang Chen bowed to the experts and entered the mountain peak. Crash. The space distorted, and Fang Chen's figure disappeared. Following this, a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. Not good. The half-step life and death realm experts shouted and retreated. The other creation realm experts also retreated. In the blink of an eye, they retreated 1,000 li away. Boom. The terrifying aura in the air exploded and swept across the entire mountain peak, shocking everyone. Even a manifestation stage practitioner would not dare to face such an explosive force head-on. What a frightening explosive power. Fang Chen will be fine, right? The half-step life and death realm experts squinted their eyes, their minds filled with thoughts. However, as they were discussing among themselves, a powerful aura suddenly filled the air. Black scale dragon fish. The half-step life and death realm experts immediately discovered the black scale dragon fish. Meanwhile, a ferocious-looking beast with scales all over its body and 2 horns on its head was sprinting toward Qin Nan from afar. Sea demon, black scale dragon fish. The appearance of the black scale dragon fish caused everyone's expression to change. Immediately, more than 10 creation realm experts surrounded the black scale dragon fish. Evil creature, we've been looking for you for so long, but to no avail. I didn't expect you to come to us yourself. The creation realm expert said in a deep voice. Roar. The black scale dragon fish roared at the sky, its aura rising rapidly. Attack. More than 10 experts attacked at lightning speed. The battle power of creation realm experts was exceptionally strong. More than 10 people joined hands and suppressed the black scale dragon fish. The black scale dragonfish's face was ferocious, and a complicated expression could be seen in its gong-sized eyes. Damn humans! The black scale dragonfish struggled with all its might, and the scales on its body shone brightly, shooting out specks of starlight towards the human race experts, instantly forcing them to retreat. If I wasn't injured, all of you would have died. The black scale dragonfish roared in anger, and rushed towards the barbarian god Extremis. Stop it! The half-step life and death realm expert roared, and more than 10 creation realm experts attacked. Rumble. All of the attacks landed on the black-scaled dragonfish's body. Instantly, the black-scaled dragonfish's body was sent flying. However, the black-scaled dragonfish seemed to want to enter the barbarian god Extremis, and didn't want to continue fighting. In the blink of an eye, it had pulled away from the human race experts. It wants to enter the barbarian god Extremis. The human race experts' figures flashed, and they chased after the black-scale dragonfish. However, they couldn't stop the black-scale dragonfish in the end. When the black-scale dragonfish neared the mountain, it turned around and looked at the human race experts, and a strange smile appeared on its face. Then, it dove into the mountain peak. The space twisted, and the black-scale dragonfish disappeared. Rumble. The terrifying aura from before appeared again. More than 10 human race experts' faces changed, and they all retreated. After a while, they finally left the forbidden area. Everyone looked at the half-step life and death realm expert with a solemn expression. Why would the black-scale dragonfish want to enter the barbarian god Extremis? Could it be that the black-scale dragonfish comes out every 10,000 years just to enter the barbarian god Extremis? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the black-scale dragonfish has a way to escape from the barbarian god Extremis? Several martial artists were talking one after another. The half-step life and death realm expert's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. In just a few days, many inconceivable things had happened on Savage Island. First, the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan launched an attack, wanting to occupy Savage Island. Then, the legendary black-scale dragonfish appeared, and its target was the barbarian god Extremis. This made more than 10 creation realm experts puzzled. They waited on Savage Island for a few days, but there was no movement from the barbarian god Extremis. In the end, they left Savage Island and returned to Old East Alliance. A few days later, all the Old East Alliance disciples left, leaving only Murong Bing and Tai Izuan to look after the dragon. Savage Island Master was collecting information about the barbarian god Extremis. Fang Chen had entered the barbarian god Extremis, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. After the crisis on Savage Island ended, the island quickly recovered under Savage Island Master's control. At that moment, Fang Chen, who was in the temporal island in the inner area of the star relic, suddenly opened his eyes. Barbarian god Extremis. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He had been trapped in the temporal island for more than half a year. Half of the time had passed. If he couldn't comprehend the temporal strangulation art in the remaining half a year, his main body would be crippled. The sleeping ox-headed beast suddenly sneezed, almost sending Fang Chen flying. Then, it opened its big eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Why did you give up? Fang Chen shook his head. How could he give up? Senior, do you know about the barbarian god Extremis? Fang Chen asked. The ox-headed beast was surprised when it heard about the barbarian god Extremis. Chapter 1372. Fang Chen was secretly delighted when the Minotaur said he knew the barbarian god. He hurriedly asked, Senior, you know the barbarian god? The barbarian god is quite famous in the immortal realm. I've heard of him, the Minotaur said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The barbarian god was actually an almighty from the immortal realm. However, it was understandable after thinking about it. Since he dared to call himself the barbarian god, he must be from the immortal realm. Why are you suddenly asking this? The Minotaur asked. To be honest, I have a clone that entered the barbarian god danger ground, so I wanted to ask Senior about the situation there, Fang Chen said truthfully. The bull-headed demonic beast looked at Fang Chen in surprise. I didn't expect you to have cultivated a clone. The bull-headed demonic beast's eyes emitted a fiery glow. To be able to cultivate a clone at the heavenly body tier, such talent was very powerful even in the immortal realm. He was stronger than many of the descendants of the indigenous experts. Not bad, not bad. The Minotaur laughed loudly. Since you have a clone outside, you should relax and comprehend the time strangulation technique. Fang Chen nodded. The Minotaur had been in the star ruins all this time and had only heard of the barbarian god's name. As for the barbarian god danger ground, he didn't know much about it. Therefore, Fang Chen didn't expect to be taught. Boy, I like you, so I'll give you some guidance. All of a sudden, the bull-headed beast stood up and spat out a mouthful of thick air as it said with a grin. Fang Chen hurriedly looked at the Minotaur. Back then, I went to the immortal realm once and happened to see the barbarian god fighting with another person. After watching for a while, I found that the barbarian god was called the god of strength and had endless strength. However, other than strength, he also cultivated illusion techniques to the peak, the Minotaur said with a smile. Illusion techniques. The barbarian god was the ancestor of the Savage Island. The martial artists of the Savage Island were best at strength and physical defense. And this barbarian god had actually cultivated illusion techniques to the pinnacle, which made Fang Chen very shocked. Recalling what Savage Island Lord had said, it was no wonder that even life and death realm monarchs would get lost in the barbarian god danger ground. The barbarian god's illusion is not bad. However, in my opinion, it's full of loopholes, the ox-headed demonic beast said with a smile. His words were filled with confidence in himself. The barbarian god was not worth mentioning in front of him. Once your clone enters the god of barbarians' forbidden ground, as long as you shield your primordial spirit, you will be able to ignore the illusion, the Minotaur said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded heavily, his face full of smiles. At the same time, Fang Chen was in the god of barbarians' forbidden ground. As soon as he entered the danger zone, he did not act rashly. He did not even release his primordial spirit. The barbarian god impasse was a notorious place. Before he understood the situation, Fang Chen didn't move recklessly. Fortunately, he didn't move recklessly. At this moment, the clone was incomparably glad. If he released his spiritual consciousness, it would be terrible. According to the guidance of the ox-headed demonic beast, as long as he shielded his primordial spirit, he would be able to ignore the illusion. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, he still had to give it a try. Hua La Fang Chen quickly shielded his primordial spirit and began to observe the surroundings. Looking from the outside, the barbarian god impasse looked like a mountain. However, when Fang Chen entered the mountain, he discovered that there was a universe inside. Inside the mountain was a completely different world, forming a space of its own. This place was filled with a savage aura, as if he had returned to the ancient era. The place where Fang Chen was at was a lush valley. Fang Chen knew that he had entered the barbarian god impasse. Any martial artist's first reaction after entering the barbarian god impasse would be to release their primordial spirit and scout the surroundings, Fang Chen muttered to himself. However, he had received the guidance of the ox-headed demonic beast, so he did not release his primordial spirit. The valley was verdant, but there was nothing. Fang Chen walked out of the valley. At the exit of the valley, he found some corpses. I think they should be lost in the barbarian god impasse, Fang Chen said. Immediately, he walked out of the valley. After walking out of the valley, Fang Chen discovered that the valley itself was an illusion. That was close. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. He could feel that this illusion was extremely terrifying. However, he had shielded his primordial spirit, so he was fine. Hurry up and find the soul-dissolving flower, Fang Chen thought to himself. Only an expert like the ox-headed demonic beast could see through the illusion of the barbarian god impasse. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. Without any scruples, Fang Chen quickly moved forward to find the soul-dissolving flower. After traveling for a day, Fang Chen found a huge body. After taking a closer look, he exclaimed in surprise. A black-scaled dragonfish? Fang Chen had never seen a black-scaled dragonfish before, but he had heard about it from the Savage Island master. The big fish in front of him was exactly the same as the description. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. How did the black-scaled dragonfish enter the barbarian god impasse? Fang Chen noticed that the black-scaled dragonfish seemed to be injured. On the plain, the black-scaled dragonfish's huge body was moving forward slowly. With a thought, Fang Chen unleashed the true meaning of space-time and hid in the void, secretly following the black-scaled dragonfish. After following it for 3 days, he made a huge discovery. After 3 days, the black-scaled dragonfish arrived at a mountain peak. Seeing the scene on the mountain peak, Fang Chen almost screamed. On the mountain peak, there was a grey flower blooming. If it was in the past, this flower would definitely not attract Fang Chen's attention. However, it was different now. Because this flower was the purpose of his trip, the soul-dissolving flower. It's really the soul-dissolving flower. Fang Chen was excited. He did not expect the black-scaled dragonfish to find the soul-dissolving flower so easily. It seemed that it had been here before. The black-scaled dragonfish's huge body climbed to the mountain peak. When it saw the soul-dissolving flower, its eyes were filled with excitement. The soul-dissolving flower has matured, the black-scaled dragonfish said in a hoarse voice. Immediately, its claws reached for the soul-dissolving flower. Splash! At this moment, Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared from the void and snatched the soul-dissolving flower before the black-scaled dragonfish. The sudden change stunned the black-scaled dragonfish. Then, it roared furiously. "Human, return my soul-dissolving flower." The black-scaled dragonfish roared to the sky, clenching its claws into a fist and punching the void. Instantly, Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, was forced out. Looking at the soul-dissolving flower in his hand, Fang Chen was extremely excited. The process of obtaining the soul-dissolving flower was easier than he had imagined. "This is the soul-dissolving flower." Fang Chen sniffed and confirmed that it was the soul-dissolving flower. He then carefully kept it in his interspatial ring. "I'm sorry, but the soul-dissolving flower is mine." Fang Chen grinned. Roar! The black-scaled dragon-fish roared and attacked at lightning speed. Fang Chen quickly set up the Chaos Elemental Killing Array and trapped the black-scaled dragon-fish. He then used the space-time true meaning to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Fang Chen left, the black-scaled dragon-fish broke out of the formation. It emitted a terrifying murderous aura as it chased after Fang Chen. Although the black-scaled dragonfish is injured, its strength is not to be underestimated. "I can't fight it head-on," Lin Fan said to himself as he ran. Because the black-scaled arowana was chasing after him, Fang Chen panicked and tried to escape. Not long after, Fang Chen lost his way and came to an unfamiliar place. What is this place? Fang Chen could feel that this place was filled with hallucinogenic aura and was filled with illusions. However, he could easily pass through them. Behind him, the black-scaled dragonfish's roars could be heard from time to time. Fang Chen did not stop and continued to move forward quickly. Along the way, there were countless corpses lying on the plains, which made Fang Chen sigh. This chase lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The black-scaled dragonfish was determined to catch up to Fang Chen at all costs. Fang Chen had the space-time true meaning and was very fast. Damn it, how can this human be able to pass through the illusions as he wishes? The black-scaled dragonfish was puzzled, but it did not slow down. At a certain moment, Fang Chen came to a palace. He stopped in his tracks because the surroundings of the palace were emitting a terrifying aura, giving him a sense of oppression. Fang Chen felt a barbaric aura. Around the palace, there were pictures of the same figure. From the image, it could be seen that this figure was very rough and well-shaped. His eyes were looking at the sky. Although it was just a picture, there was a terrifying aura coming from him. "Barbarian god!" Fang Chen exclaimed. The pictures around the palace were of the barbarian god. Is this really the cultivation ground of the barbarian god? Fang Chen had a bad feeling. At this moment, the black-scaled dragonfish arrived. It was about to attack Fang Chen, but when it saw the palace, it was stunned. "Master, is it really you?" The black-scaled dragonfish had a complicated look on its face as it shouted. Its voice was filled with sadness. Fang Chen was shocked. The black-scaled dragonfish actually called the barbarian god its master. Could it be the barbarian god's spiritual pet? That's not right. If it was really the barbarian god's spiritual pet, it shouldn't be here. It should have followed the barbarian god to the divine world. "Master, I hate myself. In the battle back then, not only was I unable to help you, I even dragged you down." The black-scaled dragonfish walked step by step to the front of the palace. It stretched out its claws and gently touched the picture of the barbarian god. "Back then, I was injured and fell into the void ocean. When I woke up, Master was long gone. I believe that you are not dead. You must have entered the divine world." The black-scaled dragonfish said sadly. "If not for the soul-dissolving flower that Master left behind, I would have died. Over the years, I have to enter the barbarian god's forbidden land every 10,000 years to absorb the aura of the soul-dissolving flower to continue living. However, I have never given up. I hope that one day, I can enter the divine world and look for Master." The black-scaled dragonfish continued. Hearing the black-scaled dragonfish's words, Fang Chen was completely stunned. These secrets shocked him greatly. All the doubts in his heart were cleared at this moment. Chapter 1373. Fang Chen stood there quietly, his heart trembling. On the portrait in front of the palace, traces of aura gradually spread out. "Master, can you see me?" Seeing this, the black-scaled dragon fish shouted. The portrait in the palace suddenly moved. Then, a sigh was heard. Boom! In an instant, Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb, his body involuntarily crawling on the ground. The blood in his body flowed rapidly, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Around the palace, light shone. Fang Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. Barbarian God's consciousness. Fang Chen shouted. He tried his best to activate the perfect sword body, trying to resist this terrifying power. However, it was useless. This power was too tyrannical. He felt that his primordial spirit was about to be shattered. Dong! Streams of clear water flowed out of his blood, spreading to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Only then did the pressure on Fang Chen lessen. However, even so, a storm still rose in his heart. Is this the power of an almighty in the realm of the gods? Splash! At this moment, the portraits around the palace suddenly left the palace and floated in the sky. Then, the four portraits merged together. An illusory figure appeared in the sky above the palace. As soon as this figure appeared, the entire world stopped moving. Barbarian God! Fang Chen shouted inwardly. The illusory figure in front of him was the consciousness left by the barbarian god. "Master, it's really you." The black-scaled dragon fish cried. After seeing the barbarian god's illusory figure, it became even more excited. Its huge body quickly stood up and looked at the barbarian god's illusory figure. The barbarian god's illusory figure stretched out its illusory hand and gently stroked the black-scaled dragonfish's body. Then, it said, "Xiao Hei, long time no see. Master, Xiao Hei has missed you all these years." The ferocious black-scaled dragonfish was as docile as a lamb in front of the barbarian god's illusory figure. "When you fell into the void ocean, you escaped and fell into a deep sleep. I left a trace of my aura in your body to maintain your vitality. I divined that you would wake up a few years later." The barbarian god's illusory figure continued. His every move seemed to have merged with the world. This was an almighty in the realm of the gods. Fang Chen felt that he was like an ant in front of him. No, even an ant. Even facing Realm Lord Fu Mo did not feel this pressure. The barbarian god was too strong. Fang Chen, barbarian god's illusory figure. He could clearly see the golden light flowing around the barbarian god's body. That was the sign that his power had reached its peak. Barbarian god's master, the black-scaled dragonfish, the barbarian god's illusory figure. Barbarian god's illusory figure, barbarian god, barbarian master, I want to enter the realm of the gods and follow you, the black-scaled dragonfish said excitedly. The barbarian god, barbarian master, the black-scaled dragonfish said anxiously, I will become stronger. I will not be a burden to you. The barbarian god's illusory figure shook his head. The black-scaled dragon-fish still did not understand. Barbarian god's illusory figure slowly said, I left you behind to protect Savage Island in the future. But the black-scaled dragon-fish still wanted to say something but was stopped by the barbarian god's illusory figure. He waved his hand and looked at Fang Chen. The black-scaled dragon-fish said, Master, this person took the soul narrating flower. Feeling the barbarian god's illusory figure's burning gaze, Fang Chen felt more pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat. If it wasn't for the golden heart, he would have collapsed. Still not coming out. The barbarian god's illusory figure looked at Fang Chen and smiled. Fang Chen was stunned. Why couldn't he understand what the barbarian god's illusory figure was saying? However, Fang Chen understood in the next moment. Within his body, an aura that was hidden within his blood suddenly floated out and formed an illusory figure in the sky. Seeing this illusory figure, Fang Chen exclaimed. The Zong Sword Monarch had actually left his will in his body. Barbarian god, I didn't expect us to meet in this way. Zong Jian Emperor was the first to speak. Although it was just a strand of will, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary people and was very powerful. When Fang Chen had accepted Zongjian Emperor's inheritance, Zongjian Emperor had left a strand of consciousness in Fang Chen's body. It was hidden so well that even Fang Chen didn't know about it. However, it couldn't escape the barbarian god's eyes. The barbarian god and Zongjian Emperor's illusory figure looked at each other and smiled. Zongjian Emperor, your death back then caused a huge uproar in the divine world. The barbarian god's illusory figure said. Zongjian Emperor was silent for a moment and said, Barbarian god, although we weren't friends, we were acquaintances. This is the inheritance you left in the mortal world. Why don't you give this disciple a chance? Your disciple took the soul narrating flower. I haven't even settled the score with him. The barbarian god said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little nervous. What do you want? Zongjian Emperor asked. The barbarian god's eyes became sharp. Fang Chen also felt that something was wrong. However, he was too weak to interfere. The space was distorted. Their gazes seemed to be able to penetrate the void. Fang Chen and the black-scaled dragon fish looked at this scene in shock. After a while, the pressure disappeared. The barbarian god laughed and withdrew his terrifying aura. Zongjian Emperor nodded and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, after this, I will disappear from this world. You have to be careful in the future. Master. Fang Chen turned pale with fright. Don't be sad. If you can reach the peak of martial arts one day, you might be able to revive me. Zongjian Emperor smiled. After falling for so many years, he had already thought it through. As for letting Fang Chen take revenge, he had never thought of it. Not to mention whether Fang Chen could go to the divine world, even if he could, he wouldn't be able to defeat his enemy. It's a pity that such a sword Dao expert was plotted against and died. The barbarian god's shadow above the palace side. Heroes cherished heroes. Putting everything else aside, the barbarian god admired Zongjian Emperor when they were in the divine world. He was a sword Dao genius and was recognized as the most promising expert to reach the peak of sword Dao. However, he died. It was fate that they met here. Fang Chen didn't know what Zongjian Emperor said to the barbarian god, but the barbarian god decided to give Fang Chen an opportunity. The barbarian god's power has reached the peak. Even when I was at my peak, I wouldn't dare to underestimate him. If you can get a trace of his inheritance, you will benefit greatly. Zongjian Emperor smiled. Fang Chen was touched that the Zongjian Emperor was still thinking for him. Master, don't worry. When I step into the divine world, I will definitely take revenge for you. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. I'm already satisfied that you can think this way. Zongjian Emperor said. The Zongjian Emperor's shadow gradually disappeared. It had been too long since he died, and his consciousness couldn't withstand the baptism of time. Goodbye, barbarian god. Zongjian Emperor waved his hand at the barbarian god. The barbarian god nodded. This was his respect for the Zongjian Emperor. Fang Chen knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Zongjian Emperor. Then, he raised his head and looked at the Zongjian Emperor with his dark eyes. He said firmly, Master, one day, I will step onto the peak and revive you. The Zongjian Emperor grinned and his shadow disappeared with the wind. Fang Chen was sad. The air was filled with sadness. The barbarian god was also sad. Whoosh. After a long time, the barbarian god dangerous ground returned to normal. The barbarian god looked at Fang Chen and said, Since you are the disciple of the Zongjian Emperor, I will not make things difficult for you. I will keep my promise to the Zongjian Emperor. But before that, I need you to return the soul-sinking flower. The barbarian god was in the divine world and couldn't descend. The soul-sinking flower was the antidote for the black-scaled dragon fish. He couldn't let Fang Chen take it away. Senior barbarian god. Fang Chen took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. He said, The reason why I risked my life to enter the barbarian god dangerous ground to find the soul-sinking flower is to save my good brother, the barbarian dragon. He is also a disciple of the barbarian island. He is also your descendant. The barbarian god was surprised. Then, the barbarian god closed his eyes and a wave of energy enveloped Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt that his body was out of control. His primordial spirit seemed to be invaded by some kind of energy. After a long time, the barbarian god opened his eyes. You are right. You entered the barbarian god dangerous ground to save your good brother. Not bad. The barbarian god praised. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the barbarian god's words. But at this moment, the barbarian god's face became serious. Why did you hide your primordial spirit? The barbarian god asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen's heart tightened. Did the barbarian god see through something? With your level of attainment, it is impossible for you to see through the loophole in my illusion. The barbarian god said. He didn't believe that Fang Chen did it by himself. There must be an expert guiding him. Senior, this junior's true body is trapped in a certain ruin. There is a powerful demonic beast there. I asked him about the barbarian god dangerous ground. He didn't know anything about it, but he said that he heard of your name. He told me that I only need to hide my primordial spirit when I enter the barbarian god dangerous ground. Fang Chen told the truth. What ruin? The barbarian god asked anxiously. Fang Chen shook his head and said, I don't know. The barbarian god rolled his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he sighed. The world is big and there are all kinds of strange things. The person who could find the loophole in his illusion must be someone from the divine world. And those from the divine world who could descend to the lower realm were the strongest of the strongest. At least, the barbarian god couldn't descend to the lower realm. Forget it, it will affect my cultivation if I get entangled with such an expert. The barbarian god muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He felt that Fang Chen was more and more mysterious. First, it was Emperor Zongjian. Now, there was such a mysterious expert. You are quite lucky. The barbarian god said. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly. Chapter 1374. You can use the soul-dissolving flower to save the dragon. But after that, plant it on Savage Island. Xiao Hei will need it in the future, barbarian god said. Thank you, senior. Fang Chen was delighted. It seemed that barbarian god cared a lot about his descendants. Then, barbarian god looked at the black-scaled dragonfish. The latter's face was filled with reluctance. It wanted to follow barbarian god to conquer the world. But now, barbarian god wanted it to stay on Savage Island and protect it. Xiao Hei, you're not suitable for the divine world. Stay on Savage Island and be its guardian, barbarian god said. Although the black-scaled dragonfish did not want to agree, it had to. Master, I will definitely protect the people on Savage Island. The black-scaled dragonfish nodded. Barbarian god nodded and waved his hand, sending the black-scaled dragonfish into the palace. Then, he looked at Fang Chen. Lad, I left a legacy in the barbarian god Extremis. If you can find it, it'll be your fortune, barbarian god said. Fang Chen waited for barbarian god to continue. The legacy is in the barbarian god Extremis. You have to find it yourself. However, even if you find it, you might not be able to accept it. It's all up to you. Barbarian god continued, if you can accept my legacy, we will meet in the divine world in the future. Barbarian god's meaning was clear. If Fang Chen could not accept it, he would not be able to achieve much in the future, let alone go to the divine world. All right, go. Barbarian god waved his hand. Then, the barbarian god's figure disappeared. Fang Chen bowed to the palace and left. Even now, his heart was still shaken. I must get the barbarian god's legacy. Not only did he want to avenge Zongjian Emperor, but he also wanted to find his wife in the divine world. After leaving the palace, Fang Chen looked for the barbarian god's legacy aimlessly. At a certain moment, Fang Chen's blood suddenly started pumping. Soon after, Fang Chen was somewhat surprised. Fang Chen's expression changed drastically as he looked inwardly at his pulsing blood. In an instant, Fang Chen felt a familiar aura. I see. Fang Chen laughed wildly. Who would have thought that before the buried sword emperor's consciousness dissipated, he still had such a trick up his sleeve? He even managed to hide it from the barbarian god. Fang Chen's blood contained the last shred of Zongjian Emperor's will. This remnant consciousness could only last until it helped Fang Chen find the inheritance. Knock knock knock, his blood pulsated, guiding Fang Chen through the god of barbarian dangerous ground. Around 3 hours later, Fang Chen came to a stop in a valley. What surprised him was that this valley was the valley he had just entered. When he arrived here, his blood no longer pulsed. Fang Chen felt a little sad. This meant that the Zong Sword Emperor had disappeared forever. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen's face was filled with unswerving determination. I must get the inheritance. Fang Chen had to admit that the barbarian god's move was really brilliant. Who would have thought that he would leave the inheritance at the entrance? However, Fang Chen did not have time to sigh. He walked to a corner of the valley and dug up the soil on the surface. A palm-sized stone appeared instantly. The word barbarian was engraved on the stone. Fang Chen's palm gently touched the stone. Immediately, the power of the stars poured into the stone. Immediately, the word barbarian on the stone lit up instantly. It was extremely dazzling. Then, the rich light directly wrapped Fang Chen and sucked him into the ground. There was an independent space under the ground. This space was the inheritance left by the barbarian god. Where is the inheritance? Fang Chen looked around. It was empty. However, the gravity in this space was very strong. Even if he fully activated his perfect sword body, he could barely stand. If he did not activate his perfect sword body, his body would probably be crushed. The barbarian god's power has reached the extreme. Is the inheritance he left behind a power inheritance? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Crash. In the empty space, a golden scroll appeared. The golden scroll floated in the air and finally fell in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen raised his hand with difficulty and held the scroll. Suddenly, the golden scroll slowly unfolded. On the scroll, there were countless small words. Each of the small words contained a powerful force. It's so heavy. Fang Chen felt that the more the golden scroll was unfolded, the heavier it became. In the end, he could not hold it anymore. His body was trembling. Roar. Fang Chen growled and activated his perfect sword body to the extreme. The sword spirit chi spread out. His trembling body recovered a little. Fang Chen tried hard to hold the unfolded golden scroll. His gaze fell on the small words on it. I, the barbarian god, have left my power inheritance here. The fated one will get it. The power inheritance left behind by the barbarian god was only a small part of his body. Before long, Fang Chen finished reading the information on the golden scroll. If he could completely accept this inheritance, his body's strength would rise sharply, reaching the strength of a life and death realm monarch. The power inheritance was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the power incantation, which could be cultivated to the perfection stage. The second level was the true meaning of power, which could reach the 3rd grade. The third level was the final level. The combination of the true meaning of power and the power incantation would allow the bones in the body to fuse perfectly, forming the strongest body. The power inheritance seemed simple, but it was actually very powerful. Let's start now. Fang Chen said inwardly. He could not wait for the barbarian dragon's injuries. He had to cultivate the power incantation to perfection as soon as possible and then leave this place to save the barbarian dragon. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began to comprehend the power inheritance. In fact, Fang Chen could already be considered lucky. This was because he had the perfect sword body, known as the strongest body in the universe. Its defense was so strong that it had never been seen or heard of before. It was precisely because of his perfect sword body that he was able to enter the power space. Otherwise, even if a blessed realm elite entered, they would not be able to move, let alone open the golden scroll. Only a life and death realm monarch could do so. Perhaps, even the barbarian god had not thought of this. Inside the star ruin, Fang Chen sighed. He did not expect to see the barbarian god's shadow in the barbarian god danger ground. What was even more unexpected was that the buried sword emperor had also appeared. After knowing that his clone was safe and was comprehending the power incantation, the main body was relieved. At this moment, the ox-headed beast had already fallen asleep. During this period of time, Fang Chen discovered that the ox-headed beast was really fond of sleeping. In its eyes, time had no meaning at all. Continue comprehending. There were still a few months left. Fang Chen was full of confidence. Savage Island, City Lord's Mansion. The barbarian dragon's injuries were worsening. After the black-scale dragonfish entered the barbarian god danger ground, the creation realm experts of the ancient Eastern Alliance had already returned. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Seeing the days go by, the Savage Island Lord was very anxious. Did Fang Chen get the soul nirvana flower? The Savage Island Lord muttered to himself. As for the barbarian dragon, he had thought through many things. He had seen through life and death. However, there was one thing that he could not let go of. Fang Chen had entered the barbarian god danger ground for him. He did not know whether he was dead or alive. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't accept that senior brother Fang Chen died for me. The barbarian dragon said inwardly. Murong Bing and Tai Izuan, who were taking care of the barbarian dragon, knew what he was thinking. If we were the ones injured, I believe you would also enter the barbarian god danger ground without hesitation. So, don't blame yourself. Tai Izuan comforted. If senior brother Fang Chen doesn't come out, I will destroy the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Murong Bing said coldly. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. A month was not long, but it was not short either. Because he had the foundation of the perfect sword body, Fang Chen was relatively proficient in the aspect of strength. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The first layer of the strength inheritance had been cultivated to perfection. His mind was filled with the strength inheritance. At the same time, he could feel that his physical strength had become a little stronger. As expected of the barbarian god, he has cultivated his strength to the peak. Fang Chen sighed. He had a premonition that if he could completely accept the strength inheritance, his perfect sword body would have a chance to reach a high level. Once his perfect sword body reached a high level, his physical strength would be comparable to life and death realm monarchs. Huff, Fang Chen stood up and let out a mouthful of turbid qi. Then, with a thought, he left the strength inheritance. The moment he left, the golden scroll caught fire. In the blink of an eye, it was completely burned. Rumble, the moment Fang Chen appeared, the barbarian god danger ground shook. Fang Chen raised his head and saw the barbarian god's shadow in the sky. A moment later, the black-scaled dragon-fish arrived. Its aura had become much stronger. Your strength. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the black-scaled dragon-fish. The black-scaled dragon-fish's aura was no weaker than that of an ordinary creation realm expert. Let's go. The black-scaled dragon-fish opened the exit of the barbarian god danger ground. It brought Fang Chen out of the barbarian god danger ground. Whoosh, they were finally out. Please keep my matter a secret. The black-scaled dragon-fish glanced at Fang Chen and said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Fang Chen nodded. Also, after you use up the soul nirvana flower, plant it on this mountain. The black-scaled dragon-fish said. Fang Chen nodded lightly. A black shadow flashed and the black-scaled dragon-fish disappeared. The black-scaled dragon-fish's cultivation had at least recovered to the high level of creation realm. It wouldn't take long for it to reach the peak of creation realm. As for whether it could reach life and death realm, Fang Chen didn't know. He only knew that from now on, the black-scaled dragon-fish would become the guardian of the barbarian island. No one could behave atrociously on the barbarian island. Fang Chen grinned as he thought of this. His figure flashed as he left the place. At this moment, the black-scaled dragon-fish was moving rapidly in the void. It looked down at the land. Chapter 1375. Savage Island, City Lord's Mansion. The huge City Lord's mansion was in dead silence. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. There were guards patrolling the mansion's courtyard from time to time. In a side courtyard, Man Long was lying on a recliner in the courtyard. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He could barely open his eyes. During this period of time, Man Long's injuries were getting worse and worse. His soul was about to shatter. Martial artists from Savage Island were most proficient in strength. They were not proficient in the Tao of soul. Therefore, Man Long's soul had yet to transform into a primordial spirit. Otherwise, he would not have fallen to such a state. Murong Bing and Tai Izuan's faces were gloomy as they looked at Man Long. They had a deep relationship. But now, Man Long's injuries were so serious that he might even die. But there was nothing they could do. Plus, Fang Chen had been in the barbarian god extremis for a month. They did not know whether he was alive or dead. Whoosh! The Savage Island master hurried over. He got the news that Man Long's injuries were getting worse. He immediately put down what he was doing and rushed over. Man Long Savage Island Lord called out softly when he arrived at the side courtyard. But Man Long did not open his eyes. Savage Island Lord walked to Man Long's side. His face was filled with helplessness. Sigh. Savage Island Lord flung his sleeves and sighed helplessly. Man Long's soul is about to shatter. He can at most hold on for 3 more days. If he can't get the soul nirvana flower. Tai Izuan did not finish his sentence. Barbaric Island Master looked at Torvosaurus and said, Torvosaurus, you must hold on. Fang Chen will definitely get the soul nirvana flower from the barbarian god extremis. Cough. Man Long coughed and closed his eyes. His lips were pale and he did not have any strength left. He wanted to open his eyes and take a last look at this world. But he could not do it. Man Long Savage Island Lord was extremely anxious when he saw Man Long's condition worsening. But the 3 of them were helpless. Just when the 3 of them were feeling anxious, there was a sudden turn of events. Whoosh! Fang Chen had returned. Ripples appeared in the void. Then, a familiar aura spread out. Fang Chen's figure gradually emerged from the void. Fang Chen. When they saw Fang Chen, their faces were filled with shock. After the initial shock, he was overjoyed. You're back. Tai Izuan said excitedly. Retreat from the god of Berserker's danger zone in one piece. You obtained the soul nirvana flower? The barbaric island master was shaken as he quickly asked. Fang Chen nodded. He noticed that Torvosaurus was heavily injured. He then took out the soul refining flower from his interspatial ring. While at the moment the soul narrating flower appeared, the faces of the Savage Island master and the other 2 were filled with excited smiles. Ha ha ha, that's great. They did not expect that Fang Chen would actually be able to bring out the soul narrows flower. The barbarian god Forbidden Ground was considered a forbidden ground in the entire Old Hua Islands. However, Fang Chen did it. Not only did he escape unscathed, he even brought out the soul resurrection flower. Fang Chen quickly arrived in front of the Torvosaurus and placed the soul refining flower on its nose. Hiss! A strange aura was emitted from the soul sacrificing flower, and it quickly entered the Torvosaurus's nostrils. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The pale-faced Torvosaurus was actually recovering. What a domineering soul refining flower! Even the barbaric island master could not help but sigh. The effect of the soul refining flower was too powerful. In just a short while, it had such an obvious effect. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the following time, Fang Chen let the Torvosaurus absorb the soul refining flower's aura. After absorbing for an hour, the savage dragon's face had a ruddy complexion. Seeing this, Fang Chen rejoiced inwardly. Then, he gently plucked a flower and placed it in the Torvosaurus' mouth. Buzz! The Torvosaurus fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fang Chen put away the soul-refining flower. How is it? Tai Izuan and Murong Bing asked with concern. The soul-refining flower is repairing its soul. It won't be long before it wakes up, said Fang Chen. That's wonderful. The barbaric island master was the happiest. The 4 of them brought the Torvosaurus back to his room so he could rest. Then, the 4 of them went to the courtyard. No wonder you're one of the best of the Old East's younger generation. You're the first one to bring a soul-refining flower out of the barbarian terminus. The barbaric island master praised. At this moment, his eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Fang Chen. Even he did not have the courage to enter the barbarian terminus. Fang Chen, how did you get out of the god of barbarians' danger ground? Tai Izuan asked curiously. Fang Chen explained briefly. Of course, he would not tell them about Zong Jian and the barbarian god. The Torvosaurus injuries were finally stabilized. The Torvosaurus injuries are stable, and the soul-refining flower has done its job. I'll send it back, said Fang Chen. Oh, you want to send it back to the barbarian terminus? The barbaric island master asked. Fang Chen shook his head. I want to plant it on a mountain outside the barbarian terminus. If you do that, it will attract the greed of the other warriors. It won't be long before the flower is taken away, said the barbaric island master. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. With a flash, he disappeared. A voice rang in the barbaric island master's ears. It won't. Fang Chen's words were full of confidence. Soon, Fang Chen had the flower planted on the barbarian god mountain. Half a month later, the Torvosaurus soul had completely merged back together. He could now get out of bed and walk around. The flower's effects were amazing. One day, Fang Chen and the others were chatting in the courtyard. Suddenly, the barbaric island master hurried over. Island master, said the Torvosaurus. The news of the flower has spread. Several manifestation realm experts from the nearby islands are already on their way to the barbarian god mountain, said the barbaric island master. When they heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They knew the importance of the flower better than anyone else. What should we do? Asked the Torvosaurus. Only Fang Chen was calm. Don't worry, they won't be able to take the flower away. Fang Chen, do you know something? Asked the barbaric island master. Fang Chen shook his head, not saying anything. Soon, the news spread to the city lord's mansion. When the barbaric island master heard the news, he was shocked. He found Fang Chen again. Not only did the manifestation realm experts from the nearby islands not get the flower, but they also escaped with serious injuries, said the barbaric island master excitedly. The other three looked at each other in confusion. Who did it? Only Fang Chen knew that the black scale dragonfish had done it. The storm over the flower gradually calmed down. Many martial artists did not give up and secretly went to the barbarian god mountain to get the flower. However, every time they got close to the soul-narrating flower, the cultivators would die silently. In the end, the news became more and more ridiculous. No one dared to step into the barbarian god mountain anymore. While the Torvosaurus was recuperating, Fang Chen began to comprehend the true meaning of force. The true meaning of force was born from the true meaning of force, so it was relatively easier to comprehend it. Moreover, Fang Chen had mastered the strength chant, so he could understand the mystery of the path of force more deeply. A month later, not only did Fang Chen successfully comprehend the true meaning of force, but he also reached the 3rd grade. Actually, for the current Fang Chen, it was relatively easy to comprehend the true meaning of force. At this point, the 2nd level of the strength inheritance was completed. Next was the 3rd level. The main purpose of this level was to merge the strength chant with the true meaning of force. Hula Fang Chen circulated the strength chant, and his mind was instantly filled with the true meaning of force. Then, the true meaning of force surrounded his body. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the appearance of the true meaning of force caused his physical body to gradually improve. It was as if he could break through the bottleneck at any time, and let his perfect sword body reach the advanced level. Buzz. Force was simple and violent. Fang Chen himself had walked step by step from killing to reaching this level. His understanding of force was also slightly more than ordinary people. He was trying to merge the strength chant with the true meaning of force. Merge. Fang Chen let out a low shout, and every corner of his body was filled with the true meaning of force. Then, he let the two merge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The merging process was unexpectedly successful. In just an hour, the two merged completely. At this time, a fiery aura appeared in Fang Chen's body. This fiery aura instantly enveloped his entire body. Crackle crackle. The strength inheritance was strengthening his body. The perfect sword body was activated, and it accepted the strengthening of the strength inheritance. So strong. Fang Chen felt that his entire body was filled with power. His heart trembled. This was only a small part of the barbarian god's inheritance, and it was already so powerful. If it was all of the barbarian god's inheritance, wouldn't it destroy the world? Fang Chen's cultivation alarmed Tai Izuan and the other two. They walked out of the courtyard and looked at Fang Chen, their faces filled with shock. What is senior brother Fang Chen cultivating? Tai Izuan asked. His body is emitting a very powerful force, Murong Bing said faintly. Torvosaurus's eyes flickered, as if he had discovered something. It seems very similar to my strength cultivation. Torvosaurus's gaze was fixed on Fang Chen, and he could feel the power emitting from Fang Chen's body. In an instant, Torvosaurus entered a state of enlightenment. His eyes seemed to be able to see the mysterious power circulating around Fang Chen's body. So exquisite. Torvosaurus thought to himself. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from Fang Chen's body. In a short while, his body had been strengthened. At this time, the bottleneck of the perfect sword body finally loosened a little. Breakthrough, he said. Fang Chen shouted in his heart, and the strength inheritance poured into his limbs and bones. Crack. Suddenly, a violent power spread out. His body was surrounded by a vast sword light. The perfect sword body was as bright as gold. Crash. Chapter 1376. The perfect sword body had broken through the bottleneck and reached the high level. Fang Chen discovered that sword-shaped runes had appeared on the surface of his skin. They were circulating with golden light, and an endless amount of energy was being emitted from them. It was as if his body contained an endless amount of energy. It was very comfortable. Is this the high-level perfect sword body? Fang Chen stood up. His robes fluttered without any wind. This was a sign that his energy was being emitted. Senior brother Fang Chen. At this moment, there were no outsiders. The three of them naturally called Fang Chen senior brother. Buzz. Fang Chen clenched his fists. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin emitted a terrifying energy. Crack. This energy was emitted in all directions. Finally, it fiercely struck the courtyard's wall. Rumble. The courtyard's wall instantly shattered. Seeing this, Torvosaurus and the others were stunned. The three of them were shocked. Had Fang Chen's strength already reached such an unfathomable level? Fang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. For a moment, he had not been able to control the energy emitted from his body, causing the courtyard to be in such a mess. Senior brother Fang Chen, did you break through? Asked Torvosaurus with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. I was just lucky. Senior brother Fang Chen's improvement is obvious to all. When we first entered the devil-subduing world, our strength was almost equal. However, in just a few years, senior brother Fang Chen has already left us in the dust. Even the prideful Tai Izuan had no choice but to admit it. Whether it was in terms of strength or potential. Fang Chen crushed him in every aspect. In the beginning, Tai Izuan had wanted to surpass Fang Chen. However, as time passed, Tai Izuan had long since given up on that idea. Now, all he wanted to do was to catch up to senior brother Fang Chen. However, looking at the current Fang Chen, he felt bitter. Senior brother Fang Chen's name is destined to shake the universe in the future. He might even enter the divine world, said Murong Bing. Deity realm? Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was filled with determination. Then, he looked up at the sky. With his current strength, he had no idea where the so-called realm of the gods was. However, he believed that one day, he would step foot into the god realm. I will definitely go, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. His words were filled with firm conviction. Not for anything else, but for his wife, the star and moon. Back then, his wife had been killed by the demonic Cloud Lian province. Fortunately, the Zongsword monarch had helped to revive her. After that, she was sent to the place where the gods resided. Being on the ancient sword continent, he was too far away from the god realm. It was so far away that it was out of reach. And now, his strength was gradually increasing. The god realm was no longer that distant to him. However, it was still too early to think about this. It was better to focus on what was at hand. Now, Fang Chen had a very clear plan in his mind. He would increase his strength and head to the Luo clan to look for his mother. After that, He would enter the God realm to look for his wife. These 2 points were the motivation for him to work hard on his cultivation. They surpassed everything else. Brother Fang Chen, what you just cultivated seems to be similar to the cultivation method of my savage island. Torvosaurus suddenly said. Fang Chen gathered his thoughts and turned to look at Torvosaurus. I cultivate the Tao of the physical body. Senior brother Fang Chen, please give me some pointers. Torvosaurus laughed, not jealous at all. In fact, he was very happy. Fang Chen nodded. Your injuries have healed? Fang Chen asked. Already healed. Torvosaurus said. In that case, let's go. Fang Chen changed the topic. All right, let's go. The 4 of them had discussed before that they would leave together after Torvosaurus's injuries had healed. Torvosaurus and the other 2 would return to the demon-subduing realm, while Fang Chen would return to the ancient Eastern Alliance. After bidding farewell to the Savage Island Lord, Fang Chen stepped onto the teleportation formation and left. As for Torvosaurus and the other 2, they went to a deserted place and activated their identity medallion to enter the demon-subduing realm. Core of the Old Hua Islands, Old Hua Island, Old Hua City. The teleportation formation flashed with white light, and Fang Chen walked out. Phew. He was back again. This trip to the Savage Island was very rewarding. After obtaining the Barbarian God's power chant, his perfect sword body, which had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time, finally reached the high level. It was no exaggeration to say that Fang Chen's current physical strength was comparable to a life and death realm monarch. Of course, it was only a life and death realm monarch who had just entered the life and death realm. However, even so, it was enough to shock people. Of course, his strong physical body didn't mean that creation realm cultivators couldn't do anything to him. Seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, stealing the essence of the sun and moon. The power of creation realm cultivators was extraordinary. Without entering the creation realm, one wouldn't know how strong creation realm cultivators were. There were many ways for creation realm cultivators to deal with heavenly body realm cultivators. Hence, the perfect sword body could only ensure that Fang Chen could escape unscathed from creation realm cultivators. The streets of Tianhua City were still bustling with activity as people came and went. Fang Chen was about to leave when he suddenly met a cultivator. Fang Chen. Fang Chen also knew this cultivator. He was Fu Minghua, 9th on the old Hua list. Fu Minghua. Fang Chen didn't understand why Fu Minghua stopped him. Fu Minghua was wearing a white robe with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Fang Chen with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. You asked me to cut off one of your arms. Fu Minghua explained his purpose of coming. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. Oh, looks like you gave you a lot of benefits. Fu Minghua didn't hide and said directly, that's right. I didn't want to agree, but he gave me something I couldn't refuse. So, I'm sorry. Although we don't have much interaction, I still have to take one of your arms. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Fang Chen said calmly. Gu was 10th on the old Hua list, and Fu Minghua was 9th. The strength of the two was about the same. If Fang Chen used his full strength, Fu Minghua definitely wouldn't be his match. Before this, I've investigated you. I know everything about you. Fu Minghua laughed and said, not only are you strong, but you're also good at formations. You're a 6-star formation master. Even Bai Wuzong of the formation sect was defeated by you. I have to say that you're very good at formations. However, I know that your trump card is formations, and I happen to have a treasure that can suppress all formations, Fu Minghua continued. He hoped to win without a fight and that Fang Chen would take the initiative to cut off one of his arms and let him go back. Oh, so you're very confident. Then why haven't you attacked yet? Fang Chen asked. Fu Minghua's expression changed, and he looked around. This isn't a good place to fight. Fu Minghua turned and left after saying that. Fang Chen looked at Fu Minghua thoughtfully, then followed closely behind and left Tianhua City. Hey, those two look familiar. I think I've seen them somewhere before. That's Fang Chen and Fu Minghua, who's 10th on the old Hua list. Look at them. They seem to have a conflict. Are the two strong fighters going to fight? Let's go and take a look. Immediately, many cultivators rushed over. After Fang Chen and Fu Minghua left Tianhua City. On the top floor of a tall building in the center of Tianhua City, the one-armed Ji Yu stood quietly by the window. A murderous look flashed in his eyes as he looked at the city gate. Young Master Ji Yu, the plan has been completed. We're just waiting for Fang Chen to take the bait, a servant behind Ji Yu said. Ji Yu nodded, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Fang Chen, I won't cut off my arm for nothing. After a while, Fang Chen and Fu Minghua arrived at a wasteland far away from Tianhua City. This place was desolate and suitable for fighting. Fang Chen, if you attack and cut off one of your arms, I won't hold it against you, Fu Minghua said. Fang Chen shook his head and said, let's fight. Fu Minghua's face darkened when he heard that. Immediately, he attacked. Fu Minghua was best at leg techniques. Rumble, Fu Minghua leaped into the air and floated in the air. Light flowed around his feet, and a powerful force instantly spread out. Crushing stone kick. Fu Minghua shouted in a low voice. He displayed a powerful leg technique and launched a fierce and domineering attack. However, facing Fu Minghua's attack, he activated his perfect sword body and gathered all his strength on his fist. Then, he punched out. Dong. Fang Chen's fist ignored Fu Minghua's attack and smashed into one of his feet. Crack. The power of Fang Chen's fist was too strong. Fu Minghua's foot was smashed into pieces, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ah! Fu Minghua let out a miserable cry as his body flew backward. His foot had been smashed into pieces by Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Fu Minghua was in a frenzy. He had expected Fang Chen to be strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Fu Minghua's eyes were scarlet and he was in a frenzy. Fang Chen snorted coldly and punched out again. Crack. Fu Minghua's other foot was also smashed into pieces. Fu Minghua's body was smashed into a large pit, and his body was covered in blood. Ji Yu. Fu Minghua finally had a trace of fear in his heart, and he roared loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The warriors hiding in the surroundings suddenly appeared and surrounded Fang Chen. Finally, Ji Yu walked out of the crowd. He glanced at Fu Minghua and secretly cursed him. Fang Chen, I didn't expect your strength to increase again. One-armed Ji Yu walked forward and stared at Fang Chen. Don't you want your other arm? Fang Chen asked. Fu Minghua, who was ranked 9th on the Tianhua list, was no match for his iron fist. He was not afraid of one-armed Ji Yu. Fang Chen, don't be too happy, Ji Yu said coldly. Fang Chen pointed at the injured Fu Minghua and sneered. You saw what happened to him. Ji Yu didn't even look at Fu Minghua and said coldly, this idiot is just a chess piece in my plan. I didn't expect him to beat you at all. The reason I let him deal with you was to numb you and lure you here. With that, Ji Yu clapped his hands. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists emitted a strange aura. These strange auras instantly merged together to form a monstrous and bloody formation. Fang Chen noticed this scene and was slightly stunned. This was an array, an extremely bloody array, and it was not weak. Despite being in the formation, Fang Chen did not show any panic on his face. Opposite him, one-armed Ji Yu's face revealed a wild smile. Fang Chen, in order to deal with you, I went through a lot of trouble to find these 9 people, Ji Yu said. The 9 of them are blood brothers, and they have natural array talents. They can use their star towers to set up this blood heaven mist array. No matter how capable you are, don't think of escaping from this blood heaven mist array, Ji Yu said. In fact, these 9 people were guests of the Ji Yu clan, and the blood heaven mist array was their clan's trump card. The 9 of them worked together to set up the blood heaven mist array, which could trap creation tier elites. They were invincible in the heavenly body tier. And now, in order to take revenge, Ji Yu persuaded the clan leader to bring 9 people with him. He wanted to use the blood heaven mist array to kill Fang Chen. Are you sure this so-called blood heaven mist array can deal with me? Fang Chen asked. Ji Yu's expression was fierce, and he said angrily, Fang Chen, you're still putting on airs even now. I want to see how long you can keep up this act. Gu flung his sleeve and left the blood heaven mist array. Gu, take me away. Fu Minghua was seriously injured. His legs were destroyed, and he was unable to move. He sat on the ground and roared. Chapter 1377. Buzz. The moment Gu left, the blood fog array was activated. Suddenly, the smell of blood filled the air. Fang Chen felt a sense of oppression. He looked around with a serious face. Fang Chen was surprised that the 9 of them had used their star pagodas to set up the blood fog array. Even though Fang Chen was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such an exquisite array. Although the blood fog array was an ordinary array, its power was comparable to that of a peak 6th level array or even a 7th level array when set up by the 9 of them. Fang Chen was trapped in the array. From time to time, blood-red light whizzed toward him. Bang! Fang Chen clenched his fists and activated the perfect sword body. Golden light flowed and sword-shaped runes kept flashing. Rich sword chi surrounded Fang Chen's fists. Every time he punched, a blood-red light would be shattered. Kill him for me. Outside, Gu saw this scene and roared angrily. After the 9 of them heard the order, they increased the intensity of their attacks. It instantly suppressed Fang Chen, causing the latter to be in a sorry state. However, overall, Fang Chen's physical strength was more than enough to resist the attack of the blood fog array. Swoosh! Fang Chen took out the red glass sword and launched a counterattack. The thunderfall sword technique was displayed. In the clear sky, a clap of thunder resounded through the sky. Then, thunder and lightning swooped down instantly. At this moment, a bright sword light appeared on the tip of the red glass sword. The lightning bolts that swooped down instantly merged with the dazzling sword radiance, forming the strongest attack. Boom! Under the control of Fang Chen, the bright sword light suddenly blasted toward the blood fog array. Bang! A ripple appeared on the blood fog array. Then, it shook and finally returned to its original state. Fang Chen's expression finally changed. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at the blood heaven mist formation. At this moment, he felt the extraordinariness of the blood fog array. What an exquisite formation! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. There was actually such an exquisite array in the world. The Divine Array Master could use his star pagoda to set up the array, and the 9 of them were telepathically connected. When one person attacked, the other 8 could instantly understand his intentions. Thus, Fang Chen's attack was hindered. Attacks alone won't be enough to break the blood fog array. Fang Chen's mind raced. He had to think of a way to break the blood sky mist formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave this place. Setting up the blood sky mist formation consumed a lot of energy. When Fang Chen did not take the initiative to attack the blood sky mist formation, they were also coping with the changes by remaining unchanged. In the outside world, Guyu's face darkened. Damn it! He cursed. Fang Chen had become stronger again. Even the blood sky mist formation could not defeat him. It could only trap him. Fight with all your might. Guyu roared. Dense astral energy gushed out from the 9 of them. In their sea of chi, the star pagoda trembled. The wild astral energy was all integrated into the blood sky mist formation. At the same time, the eyes of the 9 of them turned scarlet. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood sky mist formation underwent a great change. The aura inside became incomparably bloody. Streaks of blood-red light, carrying the aura of death, shot toward Fang Chen. Poochie! Fang Chen's body dodged, constantly avoiding the attacks of the blood sky mist formation. However, the blood sky mist formation was too exquisite. The attacks left him with nowhere to hide. Bang! Bang! In the end, Fang Chen could only use his body to resist. The blood-red light bombarded Fang Chen's body, leaving faint scars. Gu cried out involuntarily. He knew better than anyone how powerful the blood sky mist formation's attack was. And now, such a powerful attack could not hurt Fang Chen. Damn it! Guyu's face darkened. His figure flashed and entered the blood sky mist formation. Tyrant Dragon Fist. With the help of the blood sky mist formation, Guyu's strength had greatly increased. The last time he lost to Fang Chen, he used the Tyrant Dragon Fist. However, this time, The Tyrant Dragon Fist was much more powerful than the last time. When Guyu used the Tyrant Dragon Fist, his fist was full of golden luster. At the same time, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Boom! Guyu's fists whistled toward him. "You're courting death." Fang Chen was looking for a flaw in the blood sky mist formation. When he saw Guyu's attack, his eyes flashed coldly. Immediately, he punched out. Crack! After the perfect sword body reached the advanced level, his physical strength was too strong. Fang Chen's fist bombarded Guyu's fist. Immediately, a bloody mist gushed out. Bang! Guyu's fist exploded. Guyu screamed miserably. His body flew backward, his teeth cracking. He hurriedly operated the astral energy to stop the blood from flowing out. "Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you," Guyu roared angrily. At the same time, he ordered the 9 people to use their most powerful attacks to kill Fang Chen. Inside the blood sky mist formation, Fu Minghua watched everything from beginning to end. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. In the end, his heart was filled with regret. Damn Guyu! Guyu was using him to lure Fang Chen. Now, he was no longer of any value. Guyu didn't even care about his life. This made Fu Minghua very angry, but he was injured and trapped in the formation. There was nothing he could do about Guyu. "Even if I die, I have to die with dignity." In an instant, Fu Minghua made a decision. In his sea of qi, the star pagoda trembled. All the astral energy was directed to his feet. Then, the astral energy helped him stand up. "Fang Chen, I'll help you block Guyu's attack." "You break the formation with all your strength," Fu Minghua said in a deep voice. Fang Chen glanced at Fu Minghua, then nodded. Indeed, he had to focus on the formation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find the formation's weakness. Although Fu Minghua's feet were crippled, he was at least the 9th elite of the Tianhua role. Blocking Guyu's attack was not a problem. "Idiot, you're actually trying to block my attack." Seeing this, Guyu sneered and said disdainfully, "Guyu, you despicable person." Fu Minghua roared and immediately attacked Guyu. Peng, peng, peng. Guyu and Fu Minghua instantly clashed. At this moment, Fang Chen was completely focused on breaking the formation. The blood sky mist formation was set up by the star pagoda. Thus, breaking the formation depended on the star pagoda. Fang Chen closed his eyes. Sword-shaped symbols flashed on the surface of his skin. He looked inwardly at his star pagoda. The star pagoda was a small pagoda that stood in the sea of qi. It was the source of a cultivator's power. For cultivators of the heavenly body tier, their star pagoda would increase by 1 level with every increase in level, until the final 9-level star pagoda. Fang Chen looked at his 5-level star pagoda. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. After a long while, he seemed to see a trace of the blood sky mist formation's movement. "I see." At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that he should have found a weakness. Just as he stood up, a trembling sound came from afar. He turned around and saw Fu Minghua's body flying backward and crashing into the blood sky mist formation. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. Meanwhile, Guyu was walking toward Fu Minghua step by step, preparing to kill him. "Stop!" Fang Chen shouted and quickly arrived in front of Fu Minghua. He waved the red glass sword, and a blood-red sword light instantly spread out and shot toward Guyu. "Xiu!" Guyu was forced back. He looked coldly at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, no one can save you today," Guyu shouted crazily. Fang Chen put Fu Minghua aside and fed him a few healing pills. Then, he turned to look at Guyu. "Believe it or not," Fang Chen said calmly, "the one who will die today is you, not me." "I don't believe it," Guyu said. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure disappeared all of a sudden. Guyu shouted in his mind and suddenly threw a punch. Crack! His other fist instantly exploded. Guyu screamed miserably, pain filling his whole body. Fang Chen's figure appeared out of thin air and sent Guyu flying with a punch. Guyu was terrified. "Let me out." Hearing Guyu's shout, the 9 people controlled the blood sky mist formation and sent Guyu out of the formation. "Fang Chen, I will watch you die with my own eyes," Guyu shouted. Kill him with all your strength. Wang. At this moment, the 9 people couldn't care less. They removed all their defenses and launched an all-out attack. The blood sky mist formation suddenly changed. A blood-red aura instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Then, a murderous aura constantly emerged. Fang Chen frowned. The blood sky mist formation had become stronger again. Kill. The 9 people roared and attacked at the same time. In the sky, countless powerful attacks blasted toward Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen held the red glass sword and launched a counterattack. Dong! The battle began in an instant. Although Fang Chen's strength was suppressed in the blood sky mist formation, the 9 people couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. After fighting for about 15 minutes, Fang Chen finally found a flaw in the blood sky mist formation. After that, he sneered as he leaped and arrived at a certain corner of the blood sky mist formation. Using the Thunderfall sword technique, the red glass sword suddenly stabbed into the blood sky mist formation. Poochie. The red glass sword cut through the blood sky mist formation's blockade like cutting tofu. Oh no! Seeing this, the 9 people turned pale with fright. However, it was already too late. Fang Chen's attainments in formations were not low. In addition to his research during this period, he finally found a way to break the formation. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the blood sky mist formation. Then, the 9 people lost their minds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the red glass sword showed the power to sweep the world and completely defeated the blood sky mist formation. Dong! The earth trembled. The bloody aura in the blood sky mist formation instantly spread out. The whole wilderness was filled with the smell of blood. The 9 people were sent flying by Fang Chen. How is this possible? Guyu couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He was shocked and kept retreating. Poochie. The red glass sword rose and fell, killing 1 person with each strike. After 9 consecutive strikes, the 9 people were all killed by Fang Chen. Chapter 1378. The 9 guest elders were all dead, and Jiyuyu's life was in danger. 8-8 reading. 23 He kept retreating, fear growing in his heart. After killing the 9 guest elders, Fang Chen turned to look at Jiyuyu and grinned. Seeing Fang Chen's smile, Jiyuyu's scalp went numb. Fang Chen, how did you break the Blood Heaven Mist formation? Jiyuyu was very confused. The Blood Heaven Mist formation was a very mysterious formation. The Jiyu clan leader had once said that in the entire Old Hua Islands, no one at the heavenly body tier could break the Blood Heaven Mist formation. And now, Fang Chen had really broken it. He was very confused. If it were anyone else, they really wouldn't have been able to break this formation. As a 6-star formation master, Fang Chen couldn't help but admire this Blood Heaven Mist formation. It was really mysterious. Even he had been troubled for a very long time, and even felt threatened at one point. But fortunately, in the formation inheritance he had once received, there was a certain formation mentioned. That formation wasn't the Blood Heaven Mist formation, but it operated on the same principle. After Fang Chen found the array formation, he deduced from the inside and quickly found a way to break it. It could only be said that as the saying went, virtue is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 10 feet tall. Jiyuyu wanted to kill him, so he didn't hesitate to borrow the guest elders of the clan to set up such a heaven-defying formation. However, in the end, not only did he not die, but the 9 guest elders also died. Even he, Jiyuyu, was in danger of losing his life. Now, what do you have to say? Fang Chen asked. He wasn't going to let Jiyuyu go. This person was too narrow-minded. He had let him go in the last battle. He didn't expect that he had been plotting against him all this time. Fang Chen, what do you want? Jiyuyu asked in a panic. What do you think I want? Fang Chen spread his hands and smiled. When you were preparing to kill me, you should have already been prepared to be killed by me, right? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jiyuyu became even more panicked. Without the Blood Heaven Mist formation, he was no match for Fang Chen. Moreover, his fists had been destroyed by Fang Chen. His fighting strength had been greatly reduced. He was definitely no match for him. Guyu looked around and thought to himself. Seeing Fang Chen walk over, Guyu quickly retreated. Fang Chen, let me go. The Jiyu family will compensate you, Jiyu said. Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain. I am the most outstanding disciple of the Jiyu clan's younger generation. If you kill me, the Jiyu clan will not let you off, Jiyu threatened. The Jiyu family was one of the most powerful families on the old Hua Islands. There were many powerful people in the blessed realm in the clan, and they were very powerful. However, using this to threaten him was truly laughable. Fang Chen shook his head and put away the red glass sword. He clenched his fist and punched. No! Jiyu screamed miserably, dodging with all his might. However, Fang Chen's punches were too fast for him to dodge. Bang Jiyu's body was sent flying by Fang Chen like a sandbag. Just as Fang Chen was about to kill Jiyu, Fu Minghua opened his mouth. Fang Chen, can you let me have him? Hearing Fu Minghua's words, Fang Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. In fact, Fang Chen could understand Fu Minghua's request and didn't find it strange at all. As the 9th strongest person on the Tianhua list, he had a bright future ahead of him. However, he was tricked by Jiyu and almost died. His legs were even crippled because of this. Fu Minghua's hatred for Jiyu had surpassed Fang Chen's. After getting Fang Chen's permission, Fu Minghua walked toward Jiyu with a sinister smile. Fu Minghua, how dare you touch me? Jiyu shouted angrily with his eyes wide open. Jiyu, you bastard! How dare you use me? Fu Minghua waved his hand and punched Jiyu's head. Whoosh! However, at this moment, there was a piercing sound in the distance. Then, ripples appeared in the space. Following this, a rune whizzed forward and struck Fu Minghua's body. Bang! Fu Minghua's body exploded in an instant. Fu Minghua didn't even have time to scream before he lost his life. This sudden change caused Fang Chen to be startled. Then, he saw an unfamiliar figure driving toward him. Fu Long, save me. Jiyu was overjoyed when he saw who it was. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The newcomer was the 2nd strongest person on the Tianhua list, a talisman master. His name was Fu Long. Among the top 10 on the Tianhua list, only Fu Long was a rogue cultivator. The other geniuses were all disciples of the Old East Alliance. Even the strongest soul cultivator on the Tianhua list, Ku Shu, was a disciple of the Old East Alliance. It was said that Fu Long liked to explore the islands and didn't like to be tied down. The Old East Alliance had invited him many times, but he had turned them all down. This was the first time Fang Chen had seen Fu Long. Fu Long was wearing a light blue robe. Light flowed and runes flashed. Fang Chen could feel the powerful aura of a talisman master from him. So he really is a talisman master, Fang Chen thought to himself. He looked at Fu Long, not understanding why he was here. Was it because of Jiyu? If that was the case, then things were bad. Fu Minghua, 9th on the Tianhua list, had died under Fu Long's talisman attack. How sad. Fu Long, save me. Jiyu called out again when he saw Fu Long approach. Finally, Fu Long spoke. Jiyu, I owe you a favor. I've already paid it back, Fu Long said. Fu Long, if you help me kill this man, I'll give you everything you need. Jiyu scrambled to his feet. Fu Long looked at Fang Chen with interest. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Fang Chen, 10th on the Tianhua list. Fu Long smiled at Fang Chen. Your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. The name of Fu Long is well deserved. Fang Chen smiled. Fu Long exuded a terrifying aura, giving him a sense of oppression. Fang Chen had come into contact with a talisman master before, but his understanding was shallow. At this moment, feeling Fu Long's aura, Fang Chen knew that he was no match for him. I, Fu Long, never use my power to oppress others. If you can take one of my attacks, you can leave safely, Fu Long said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Fu Long wanted to interfere in his affairs after all. Take one of his attacks. Fang Chen tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. He looked at Fu Long and said slowly, since brother Fu Long has said so, I have no other choice. With that, Fang Chen took out the red glass sword and activated the perfect sword body, forming the strongest defense. Whoosh! Fu Long attacked. A flaming talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom! Under Fu Long's control, the flaming talisman burned instantly. In an instant, the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Then, the flaming talisman blasted toward Fang Chen. Lightning Fall Sword Technique. Without hesitation, Fang Chen displayed the Lightning Fall Sword Technique. How could he not use his full strength when fighting with Fu Long? Dong! The flaming talisman and the Lightning Fall Sword Technique collided fiercely and exploded, causing flames to soar into the sky. Fang Chen was caught in the sea of fire, but the perfect sword body successfully resisted the terrifying flames. At the same time, he kept waving the red glass sword in his hand. Hey! Fu Long, who was controlling the flaming talisman, looked at the red glass sword. Void Mithril, glazed flame iron. Fu Long recognized the material of the red glass sword, and his heart was slightly moved. Void Mithril was of the yin attribute, which happened to be able to restrain the flaming talisman. Although Fang Chen's strength was not enough to display the true power of the Void Mithril, it was enough to protect himself from the flaming talisman. This sword is good, Fu Long said to himself. Immediately, he waved his hand and a water-type talisman instantly shot out. Fu Long Fang Chen was furious and shouted, "You went back on your words. Your magic weapon is good. I like it." Fu Long sneered. The powerful talisman instantly exploded with terrifying power and blasted towards Fang Chen. Dong! Fang Chen tried his best to resist, but he could not resist the power of the talisman. Crash! The red glass sword flew out of his hand and Fang Chen's body flew out. Dong! Dong! When Fang Chen stabilized himself, the red glass sword was already in Fu Long's hands. Fu Long held the red glass sword and his eyes were filled with joy. Even he could not resist the temptation of a magic weapon made of void mithril and glazed flame iron. Fortunately, he had used the flaming talisman to detect the void mithril and glazed flame iron. What a wonderful magic weapon! Fu Long grinned. The expert who ranked second on the Tianhua list actually went back on his words. Fang Chen said in a low voice. The red glass sword was his battle partner, and it was snatched away by Fu Long. He was furious. Who asked you to be weak? Fu Long played with the red glass sword and looked coldly at Fang Chen, saying with disdain, "Who asked you to be weak? If you were strong enough to make me afraid, I would not have snatched your magic weapon." Fang Chen clenched his fist. He was humiliated, but he could not refute. "Yes, who asked me to be weak? I will take this sword for you." Fu Long said, "Get lost. Fu Long, do not kill the weak." Boom! As soon as Fu Long finished his words, a vast aura suddenly spread out. Fang Chen felt a great pressure. Fu Long was deliberately pressuring him. The reason why Fu Long did not kill him was because he was too weak. Fang Chen's veins were exposed on his forehead, and his eyes were scarlet. "Fu Long, one day, I will return the red glass sword personally. At that time, I will let you know who the weak one is." With that, Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space and left. This was a humiliating day and Fang Chen would remember it deeply in his heart. "Fu Long, just you wait." Fang Chen swore to himself. "Brother Fu Long, why didn't you kill them all?" Jiu asked after Fang Chen left. Ch Fu Long snorted and ignored Jiu. Brother Fu Long Jiu wanted to say more, but Fu Long had already left. Fang Chen returned to the sword sect of the Old East League. He was furious and went into seclusion. The red glass sword had been snatched away by Fu Long, and there was nothing he could do. This kind of feeling made him very unhappy. Chapter 1379. After Fang Chen's return to the Old Eastern Alliance, very few people in the sword sect knew about it. BA read. However, the helmsman still knew. Originally, the helmsman wanted to summon Fang Chen. However, after Fang Chen returned, he went into seclusion. If he didn't come out of seclusion, no one could wake him up. Fang Chen's seclusion was mainly focused on comprehending space-time garrote. After all, the one-year deadline was approaching. Moreover, Fang Chen believed that if he could master space-time garrote, defeating Fu Long would be a piece of cake. Thinking of the humiliation he'd suffered today, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. Crimson Glass was his companion, but Fu Long had mercilessly taken it from him. Fu Long knew what it meant for a swordsman to carry a sword. But he still attacked. That sentence, "Who told you to be weak?" was deeply imprinted in Fang Chen's heart. Just you wait. It won't be long before those words are returned to you. Fang Chen's voice was cold. Starry Ruin, Spacetime Island. Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. His whole body emitted a frightening murderous aura. It even startled the Minotaur from its slumber. "Hey kid, what's wrong?" The Minotaur thought Fang Chen had gone mad, and looked at Fang Chen with surprise. However, after a moment's observation, it found that he was safe and sound, and went back to sleep. What happened to the doppelganger, the main body knew. "I've already mastered most of spacetime garrote. Why can't I take the last step?" Fang Chen's brows furrowed as he muttered to himself. To understand spacetime garrote, one needed the true meaning of spacetime. However, the true meaning of spacetime was a peerless true meaning. In all of the old Hua Islands, almost no one had it. Under normal circumstances, it was already 1 in 10,000 for a warrior to possess a high-level true meaning. Those who possessed a supreme true meaning were among the younger generation of the Protoss. Exceptional true intents were above transcendent-grade true intents and were extremely powerful. It was precisely because Fang Chen possessed the spacetime true intent that he had an advantage in comprehending the spacetime strangulation technique. For nearly a year, Fang Chen had been comprehending the mysteries of spacetime strangulation. Rumble in Fang Chen's mind, the little golden man was holding a long sword and waving it around. From time to time, its body would disappear into the void. This was Fang Chen demonstrating the spacetime strangulation. Something's not right. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. He was unable to take the final step, which made him feel very helpless. "I don't believe that I can't succeed." Then, Fang Chen continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. Pushing the true intent of spacetime to its limits, with Zhongxian at the center, the flow of time around him sped up significantly. Both his original body and his avatar were studying the spacetime strangulation technique at the same time. Meanwhile, Princess Xin and Bai Qingqing were also floating in the void ocean. They were about to reach the old Hua Islands. On a certain starfield flying ship, Bai Qingqing stood quietly in a green dress. There was a touch of joy on her pretty face. She was about to see Fang Chen again. "Fang Chen, we'll meet soon," Bai Qingqing muttered to herself. However, just as she was speaking, a few ships suddenly came from afar. Boom! A wild aura instantly spread out and enveloped her starfield flying ship. Bai Qingqing vaguely heard someone shouting, "Boss, there's a starfield flying ship here." Then, the starfield flying ship was attacked. Bai Qingqing desperately tried to steer the starfield flying ship to escape. However, the attacks of these martial artists were too fierce. In fact, the person leading the group was even a blessed realm elite. Splash! The creation realm expert made a move. She waved her hand and pressed it on the starfield flying ship. In an instant, Bai Qingqing lost her intuition. Then, these martial artists took Bai Qingqing away. After a while, the void ocean calmed down. It was as if nothing had happened. Compared to Bai Qingqing, Princess Xin's journey was smooth. The long journey was finally over. Princess Xin stepped onto Tianhua Island with a smile on her face. "Is this Tianhua Island?" Princess Xin muttered to herself. Fang Chen is 10th on the Tianhua list and a disciple of the Ancient Eastern Alliance. If I want to find him, I should go to the Ancient Eastern Alliance. Then, Princess Xin went to Tianhua City. It was quite far from Tianhua City, but Princess Xin didn't care. Princess Xin passed through several cities through the teleportation portal and finally arrived at Tianhua City. However, as soon as she stepped out of the city, she felt that she was being watched. What's going on? Princess Xin was very puzzled. She hurriedly left the teleportation portal. However, no matter where she went, she could feel a burning gaze staring at her. In the clouds, Two old men were playing chess. One of them was holding a shirako, while the other was holding a black piece. Ha ha ha, Old White, your chess skills are just SOSO. The old man holding a black piece placed it down and laughed. The old man called Old White shrugged helplessly and put down his piece. I'm not playing anymore. It's like this every time. Old White, I'm afraid you've never beaten me in all these years. The old man holding a black piece laughed. Just as the two old men were talking, Old White suddenly noticed a woman walking out of the teleportation portal. Yes. Old White's divine sense spread out and instantly landed on the woman. Then, his expression changed drastically and he began to laugh crazily. Ha ha ha. Old White, what's wrong? Old Black asked, puzzled. Old Black, I want to take in a disciple, Old White said slowly, trying hard to suppress his excitement. When Old Black heard this, he felt that something was wrong and immediately looked down. When he saw it, he jumped in fright. I want to take in a disciple too. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Black took a step before Old White and swooped down. Princess Xin was walking in Tianhua City. Her expression was serious, and she looked back from time to time. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared beside her. Little girl. After the black-robed old man appeared, his face was full of smiles as he spoke. Who are you? Princess Xin's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at the black-robed old man. Huala. Just as Old Black was about to speak, Old White also appeared. Little girl, are you willing to take me as your master? Old White asked hurriedly. Little girl, listen to me. Old White is not reliable. You should take me as your master. The two old men started to argue. This made Princess Xin a little surprised. Who exactly were these two old men? Although she had reached the heavenly body tier, she felt that she couldn't see through them at all. After arguing for a long time, the two old men compromised. Little girl, are you willing to take us as your masters? Old Black asked with a smile. I still don't know who you are, Princess Xin said. I'm Old Black, and his Old White. In the entire Old Hua Islands, there's almost no one qualified to be our disciple. If you take us as your masters, your future will be limitless. Old White smiled. Then can I enter the top 10 of the Tianhua rankings? Princess Xin asked. Her intuition told her that these two old men were not simple. Top 10. At the very least, you'll be number 1. The two old men seemed to scoff at the Tianhua rankings. They didn't care at all. I see. Princess Xin was still thinking, but the two old men were afraid that something unexpected would happen. They grabbed Princess Xin and disappeared into thin air. I haven't agreed. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Two voices could be heard faintly in the air. Fang Chen naturally didn't know what had happened to Princess Xin and Bai Qingqing. He was wholeheartedly comprehending the space strangulation technique. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, the ox-headed demonic beast opened its eyes. Brat, a year's time is up. You seem to have failed, the ox-headed demonic beast said. Wang. Just as the ox-headed demonic beast finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. Immediately afterward, numerous illusory figures flickered in the air. Then, a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. Crack. Under the impact of this terrifying aura, even the air was shattered. Swoosh. Fang Chen's figure gradually appeared. His face was filled with an excited smile. After a whole year, he had finally comprehended the space strangulation technique. When he fully comprehended the space strangulation technique, he also truly understood the mystery of this secret technique. It's too powerful. Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. The power of the space strangulation technique was much stronger than he had imagined. With this secret technique, he could completely kill people without leaving a trace. The true meaning of space and time combined with the space strangulation technique would definitely be able to kill Fu Long if he faced him again. A single secret technique had allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase by so much. It was enough to show how powerful the space strangulation technique was. Hey! Seeing this, the ox-headed demonic beast let out a soft cry of surprise, and then laughed wildly. You brat! Only Fang Chen, who had comprehended the space strangulation technique, was qualified to make the ox-headed demonic beast look at him seriously. Senior, I did it. Fang Chen looked up at the ox-headed demonic beast and said slowly. The ox-headed monster nodded and blinked its gong-sized eyes. Then, it said, the space-time strangulation technique is broad and profound. It's most suitable for you. Study it well. You'll find that it's very beneficial to you in the future. Fang Chen nodded. While comprehending the space strangulation technique, his true meaning of space and time also improved a lot. Before he knew it, he had reached the peak of rank 6. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to improve so quickly. Can I leave now? Fang Chen asked. This was the question he wanted to ask the most. The ox-headed demonic beast stretched out its big claws and grabbed Fang Chen. It threw Fang Chen into an independent space. Brat, there are many space-time demons here. If you survive here, you can leave the island. The ox-headed demonic beast finished speaking and went back to sleep. 88. At the same time, Old East Alliance, Sword Doctrine Sect. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. After months of hard work, he had finally succeeded in comprehending the space strangulation technique. He stood up, feeling full of strength. In his mind, he clearly remembered the words that Fu Long had said a few months ago. Who told you to be weak?